Hey. We are finally here.
It took us a little bit. Thank you for being patient as we dealt with some technical issues, swapping around accounts.
Getting the crowbar to hit some computers and do some stuff like that.
We had to wiggle the firewall cords and jiggle the third switch on the left. You know how it is. It's technical things.
But we're here now.
We're here.
We're here and we're ready to give some critiques on some models.
Yeah, we absolutely are. So we have changed up the stream again a little bit. So if you see that, we'll be trying to answer your questions from chat. I'm pulling it up on my laptop right now so I can make sure that I am available. Kelsey and I are available to you all. We are going to be starting out with some critiques, and hopefully you don't hear too much background noise. We are trying something new where we are live with everyone else out in the main hall while there's a speed painting competition going on right now, and there's a bits competition going on later on.
Yeah, and then we also have some Star Wars Armada going on as well here.
Yeah, we do. So that's gonna be cool throughout the day here.
Always some fun.
Yeah. So I'm pulling up our here this there chat so that we can kind of see how this is going. Chris, how's everyone sounding? How's everything going?
All right.
Awesome.
We're getting some good green lights. That's good.
Yeah. Looks like we're actually here, which is nice.
Awesome.
So, all right. Well, we will get started here. So we have 51 total entries. 51, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So we have 51 total people that we're going to be going over, which is awesome. And let me tell you what, Kelsey and I were going over these earlier, and the quality of these entries are phenomenal.
So good.
So incredibly good.
It's just so great to just see where everybody's at in their painting journey and how far they've come for people who've entered before, and what tweaks they might have done in the past with some other models that have been some return factors.
Yeah, some of them we've seen. There are some repeats that have come in, and if no one knows, if you have not won an award with it in the Dwarven Axe, you can keep entering it in. Say you add something to it, or make some modifications, or just think that you've really stepped it up. Then yeah, re-enter and hopefully you can get that award. So.
Yeah.
So right now on the hands cam we have Kelsey. She's doing she's holding the models today.
Yep.
And so we will have on the right hand side we will have screen photos of those things that should be popping up. So
all right, we'll get started. We're gonna start off with the category that we always like to start with most of the time. Sci-fi single.
Yep. All right.
So we have Mark Rupp's Black Swan.
Yeah, this one is really cool. It's such a unique take on just it almost feels Infinity-ish.
Yeah, especially with the robot that she's kind of holding back there.
So I'm just gonna check. Chris is running our studio behind the scenes. All right, you got it. All right, there it is. All right, cool. So you'll see a looped video on the one side showing the close-up of the model, so you can get a better picture of it as we look over it in person.
So I would love to see more, like usually when you're playing Marvel Crisis Protocol, which I'm guessing this is probably more than likely what it's from, is what it looks like with a group of other models, and because I'm more of a colorful painter in my style. So this is definitely more darker tone than what I'm more comfortable with, but it looks great.
Yeah, and I was going to say the shading in general looks really good. There's a nice stark difference between the brights and the shadows. Is there not? It looks like there's, from where I'm at, it looks like there's some non-metallics just hanging around in different places.
Yeah, I can see a little bit of that, especially like on the tops of the. You can see the definitely directional lighting.
Yeah, absolutely. Highlighting's nice. I will say that I wish there was something more to the base.
Yeah, this is kind of the standard base that you get from Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures.
Yeah, but it's simply dry brush.
Right.
And that's a critique that I would give for a lot of these kind of models is if you're, even though it is a singular model against a group, or even just in a setting, having something on the base is at least nice, at least painted. Mm-hmm. So even adding in, if you want to keep it simply black and white, having some additional highlights and shadows, and it's obvious that you're not afraid of those highlights and shadows. So it's not like it's a detriment to your skill level.
Right.
To get into that.
Even if you wanted to, you could paint the grate and then add black lining into all the cracks. That would pop that even more.
Yeah. So, something that'll make it stand out, especially with this model being very black and white as it stands. Having it be a bit, in contrast to that black and white-ish kind of situation. A good green, a moss would really stand out. Algae would stand out on this base. Some red, something that'll be more advantageous against purple and white.
Right.
So, yeah.
Very cool model.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. Thank you, Mark, for showing that off. Next up, we have Minkus. Ooh, yeah.
With his Ghost Ancestor's Wrath. Now this is a model that I have on my desk at home, and it's I have a lot of models at home that are kind of just sitting on my desk to work on, so I'm glad that he made really good headway and got it entered in for Dwarven Axe.
Absolutely. So my primary thing that I jump into right away is I really like the range of colors that he has applied to this, especially against a nice warmer gray. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't feel, everything feels like it pops a bit more. And hey, Chris, could we get the next one?
Minkus's,
yeah, the
Ancestor's Wrath.
Hold on.
Sorry, I don't see it on here.
It's all good. But I
shit,
do
okay.
see a bit of freehand on the side with the caution stripes.
There you go.
That's also really nice.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I was just saying that he added some freehand on the side with the caution stripes.
Yeah. No, that's just paint. That's just the symbol on the side with some gold or some copper paint.
No, I'm talking about that.
Yeah, I thought that was.
No.
I think that's.
Is that?
Oh, okay.
It's not part of model.
Oh, it's a decal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very nice. Yeah, it's a nice use of decals too. I was gonna say.
And the decals don't come with the set either.
So it's probably from one of the other kits.
Yeah.
So and I would say it's an excellent use of different colors. What I would encourage, especially going back to my thought, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're all good. I interjected, so.
Is I want something more than just the base colors on things. He does a nice job of adding in base colors and having them be it really stands out, but it's just one color or one metallic. So adding some additional highlights or shadows with that would be really nice alongside the mid-tone.
Or even adding a little bit of Nuln Oil to like make more of a definition on because I think this is actually like a shield gun, if I remember correctly So even if you added a little dot of Nuln Oil just to point out that this is actually like a thing that can come in and out and has a clip.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, something that has adding additional definition.
Yeah.
To the model. I think this is a definite step up, especially with like his spacing and where he's been at before, because we've seen Minkus's work a lot in the past. So I think that every single time, the iterative, it always gets better.
Yes.
So one big glaring thing for me is that moose or that elk head at the top is really cool, and it is a nice focal point. Either you want to make it the focal point and you'll need to put more into it than just a simple silver, or you need to make it so that it's not as pronounced and you have something else being the focal point. Because it's instantly where my eye is drawn, but it doesn't have a lot of depth to it.
Right.
So like even a chipping or a wear and tear or additional colors or something that gives it depth to more than, hey, it's a silver bit.
Right. I think that you could probably put a wash over it to just kind of, because it looks like it wasn't washed because the eyes are not pronounced in some areas.
Some inking or something like that might help give it some additional.
Yeah. No, I totally get that.
Yeah.
But it's a very nice model.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a good step up. So, excellent work. Thank you, Minkus.
All right, we have Ahriman,
Discman.
Yep.
Disco Man.
Floating disc man.
Floating disc man. There he is.
Very nice.
Very nice. Always a good seeing the robes. They're so pronounced on this model that you have to really do a good job in capturing that, and I think they did.
Well, and that galaxy on the back of the cave.
Yeah, the galaxy on the back of the cave is just excellent.
It's a very well done model. And then you have the OSL bouncing off of the spell, off of the staff, and then the OSL on the underside.
Yeah, no, it's really good. The thing that kind of pops out to me is that the spell effect is a little, it's kind of chalky. So it doesn't have that, like the rest of the model has this really smooth blend to it, but then the spell just kind of loses that, and that it feels like it was quickly dry brushed a light color over a dark color, so you get some of that bleed through and it doesn't feel quite as blended.
Yeah, and it's always a challenge. I know that I had that kind of issue with my Vermin Lord that I just finished recently.
Yeah.
A lot of the glow effects that I was going for is kind of chalky, has that chalky look to it, but the best way to fix that is to water down either your glow effect or you water down your skin tone and you go back and forth over it to kind of make those blends a little bit more natural.
Yeah.
But I understand that it's hard to do, especially if you're using true metallics, but there is ways to do it. Just water down your effect and then just kind of do glazing.
Yeah. May I take a look?
Yes, you may.
See, something that I was curious about is they've got the eyes. They're all really well picked out. The underside of the base is really nicely done.
The skull on the base is really well done too.
I like the variation on the blades, but it just feels. Some of them feel like they're much more focused on than the other ones. So making sure that you have that focus on all aspects of your model. The cloak really does shine in this, as does like the eye and the shoulder pad. And the little details are all nicely picked out. Like seeing this on the table would be excellent. That bounce was really nice on the.
Oh, they even have like a bit of blue OSL on the staff.
Yeah, I really like this. It's an excellent model. My most of my critiques really come down to the spell effect. The spell effect on the ground, specifically. The one on his hand is really nicely done, but the one on the ground feels like it was more of an afterthought, and I'd want to see something more with that. And then there's a nice seam line on his robe. It's so hard to get rid of those stupid things.
Yeah.
So a little bit of milliput and
sanding.
Walking down milliput and sanding goes a long way. But
a very cool model nonetheless.
Yes. It's such an excellently done executed model. So.
Well done.
That's Will?
Yep, Will.
Oh man, Will. We've seen Will before, and it's always been a pleasure to see. What do we got next?
We have our Raven's Judgment.
The Raven's Judgment. There we go. Instantly shiny.
Very shiny.
Still shiny. It's got that ethereal kind of shine to it, too.
I agree. Sorry, there was a bit of a hair there.
Just looking at it right now, it's an excellent piece that just kind of pops.
It lights. That's cool.
Okay.
It lights up.
Wow.
I was wondering why this base was thicker, and I looked underneath, and I'm like, this has a switch underneath here.
That's really cool.
So it's coming out of a what looks to be like a tailpipe, kind of.
Okay. That's cool. It actually helps the shininess because it reflects everything. That's cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Very cool. The model itself has a nice I don't know how well it comes across in the pictures, but it has a nice green to purple shine to it. Typically, I'm not the biggest fan of just having gloss on everything because it really does kind of mess with what is shiny versus what isn't shiny,
right?
What should be shiny versus what shouldn't be shiny. But I know that's a personal choice as well.
I can tell though that they did a pretty good job not making the little paper as shiny.
Oh, okay.
But like the armor, the wings are shiny, the staff is shiny, the gun is shiny.
Gotcha.
With the gloss varnish.
Got it.
Or the gloss paint.
Yeah. The overall effect though is really well executed, I would say. The color tones reminds me of an oil slick. Like it has that oil slick vibe to it.
Which kind of makes sense with the Raven in general.
Yeah.
It kind of has that shiny vibe for it, so I get that.
Yeah. The cloak looks really cool too. Is that freehand on it?
That's what I was thinking. I was looking to see if that Raven skull is a freehand.
Yeah, excellent job trying to get some freehanding on that. Cloaks are always so hard to do freehand.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially when they're billowing like this. Trying to get the right curvature of the model and stuff is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
And then doing it on the inside of the cloak too.
Yeah, and having like the kit bash aspect to it as well, and having multiple different models that are thrown into it is excellent. Hey man, is excellent to see. So it's very cool.
Yeah, that whole lighting effect was just an added bonus there.
Yeah, I would say definitely look into making sure that you're focusing on some more additional details, because you could have on this you could have added lines for writing on the parchment that would really make it stand out, some additional words and letters. stuff that'll just add to a lot of already good detail.
Well, and another thing I always like to point out at this is try to draw the attention back to the face. Right now it's all pretty much flat.
Yeah, it's universal.
So it would be really good to keep with like a unit. You have a unit that looks all the same, then it's not a big deal. But when it's a single character, you want to really bring that focus back to either the high points and the visual interests, as you pointed out for Dan's. So here it would be like probably his face first, and his chest, and then maybe either the top of the wings, and then maybe the weapons.
And all that, yeah.
So you want your eye to be drawn kind of in a circular pattern, and it's not an easy. You have to train your eye to see those things when you pick up the model before you paint, and then know what you need to focus on for painting.
It's such a difficult thing to do, a difficult skill.
But this is a very cool model. I like how it lights up. It's very unique.
Same. Actually, Brandon asked in channel, he said, I wonder where they got that base or if they made it themselves. I'm not really sure. I think they made it themselves.
I think they made it themselves because it looks like it was cut.
Yeah.
So I think they just made it themselves. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Other than the cutting aspect underneath here.
Yeah. But I really do like it. It's really cool.
Yeah, very well done. Like that, Kimberly.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kimberly. Excellent. What do we got next? We got
the Death Wish.
Death Wish. Brandon says that makes it even cooler, and there is an aspect to be said about making things yourself versus just buying them, and it gives you a little more freedom. It definitely has a homegrown kind of aspect.
Well, and it has a different challenge to it.
Yeah.
So,
blood for the blood god.
Lots of blood for the blood god. Death Wish.
Yeah. Skulls for the skull god. This is such a really cool model that never sees the table, sadly. Or at least historically, I can't say that anymore, but again, it suffers similarly from the gloss problem that we had before on the other model, just because it has a similar, it's all over.
I agree with that, but at the same time, like, I can imagine this character lunging through a worn-torn battlefield while it's raining.
Yeah.
And then you would have that glossiness, but at that point you would need to add in a rain effect almost onto the armor, like showing streaks of either droplets of rain on the armor to prove that aspect.
Well, and that's, in addition, I would say, like, the skulls are also all glossy, and that's where the backpack makes it all glossy. There is an aspect of blood which is glossy, but then also having it where you need to have areas where the gloss isn't there, so that it's a contrast between, because you can have contrast with color, contrast with volumes of color, you can have contrast with gloss or matte. You can have those different aspects that give you interesting things to look at. You just need to make sure that you're focusing on that and not getting. It's so easy to go overboard with blood.
Right.
I think everyone that has ever used it has suffered from it at least once, where you're like, oh man, that went way too far.
Unless you're having a model, like I made a werewolf recently that my friend has described his character being a very gory, messy scene with his transformation, in which case, add a lot.
Yeah.
But that's like a specific preference to that person, so.
There's always the sense of you can always add more, you can never take away.
Right.
So adding little by little.
I will mention on a good note, I do like there's a color depth within all of the armor panels. So you see like the darkness rim on the before it reaches the edge, it's darker than you have the lighter.
Yep.
It makes me wonder if they were either doing a contrast or did a really good job glazing.
Yeah. There is definite color. What's the word I'm looking for? Not blocking, but there's a definite definition between pieces that is very present in this piece, which I really like. I really, really like it.
I agree.
It is a fun model. You did a great job on the base to make it feel like the base is unique and it feels cool. So, yeah.
Very nice. Nice job, Calvin.
Yeah. Thank you so much for entering that. That is awesome model.
All right. We have our Tech Priest here.
Tech Priest.
So, a bit of a heavier model.
Oh, it's an original pewter? Ooh.
I feel like the weathering's really well done on this model. You can tell that the feet have been through quite a bit.
I would say that though that the cloak is missing it where where there should be dirt, there isn't, and it's kind of let me down. Something like the cloak up here, you think that it would have a little bit more on the blade or on the blade hilt. So, but like the metallics are really fun. The cloak, the blue on the cloak is excellent. You'll actually see multiple of these as we go throughout the day because it's a unit and a couple others that are popped up, and they all fit a nice theme. So,
did a very good job pointing out your focal points. So the top of the weapon is very well defined.
Yep. Having variation in that purple, having the contrast points being on the opposite side, so that it looks more natural for like a non-metallic metal.
Yeah, because I feel like my eye draws to this and then goes up to here and then kind of comes back down to the face and then kind of goes back up to the armature.
There's also a nice contrast between the blade and the green because you have two different contrasts, the red playing against it nicely. So the red and the blue. Yeah, you have a nice between all these pieces. That was the number one thing that I've seen that people were pointing out is their eye is instantly drawn to your pieces specifically, because they're nicely contrasted for color, which makes them easier to spot.
They did a good job weathering the holster.
Yep,
I see.
Really nice.
I see a little bit of scribble on the purity seals.
Love me a good scribble.
All them scribbles.
The basing is really good. The one thing that I did pick out is that the line between the barrel and like the slime feels a little weird to me, and I'm not sure why.
Almost harsh.
Yeah, and when it shouldn't be as harsh, or at least have a nice definitive line.
I can see they tried to add a little bit of OSL glow from the slime, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, it doesn't pop nearly as much as I want it to, especially with it being like a you want it to be almost iridescent. Having more yellow in there would be nice. Something that makes it really pop. I wonder if they did it white instead of yellow, because it looks more desaturated. But that could be if we look at all the bases, it could be more of a universal, like, this is a choice.
Right.
So
very cool though.
Yeah, I really like it. I really think that's a cool model. So thank you so much. Who is this?
Brady.
Well, thank you, Brady, for entering that model. That's awesome.
All right, we have Logan.
Okay. Is it actually attached to the plinth this time? It is. Okay.
Very gentle push.
Dark Strider.
So
sorry, for those at home, Chris is looking at a list of names that I written down for for which scene it is, and they're not named like the person's name. So
right. So we saw works in progress of this model on the Discord.
Yeah, her works in progress on this one have been excellent so far. So.
When I honestly was kind of waiting to actually like get a good look at this when I got up close, because when I saw the picture, it looked a bit like you said painterly in the Discord, which I would agree. But I know that Logan likes having those nice kind of crisp blends, so I was looking forward to actually seeing this in person, and it does not disappoint.
No, definitely does not. I think the one thing that I pointed out in the Discord as well is that I wish that the rebar that's rusting, it needs to be a little bit brighter, and then it needs to have that kind of rust soot going elsewhere onto the piece. I think what really draws me down is the backside of this is a little bit lacking. After you get a good look, I'd love to take a good look at it because seeing it in the case versus seeing it up close is really the quintessential like.
I can't tell. I think that might be
Yeah, there's a
freehand on the
wall.
Yeah, on the back wall.
Yeah, there's a freehand Aquila back there, which is just awesome. So, yeah, I think she did a nice job of like on the side of the gun having a little bit of highlight, and a more additional highlighting would be really nice. You can tell that she's doing like directional lighting. The lighting's hitting here, so that she did a good job with that, especially on the backside. I would recommend though that if you're going to do that, you need to make sure that you're pushing your shadows and highlights in the back as an opposing color rather than just leaving it as a base tone. Because it feels like it is a little bit that in some places. But like right here, this spot on the shoulder right here pops nicely. But back here, it's less so. So that's where I kind of wish that it had a little bit more to it in those spots. But the non-metallic metals are excellent. The face is really good. Really enjoying it. Uh-oh. We got the owner of the store coming in, messing with things.
How was your 1 hour?
Yeah. So for those that there was a 1 hour painting competition. We have a bits competition
Bits
coming
bash, but nobody's gonna do the bits bash, so we're all working on our own stuff.
No one's doing the bits bash.
Well, all the people that are gonna play in the tournament or the competition said they're coming tonight.
Okay.
So we can make it during the day. I don't know if I'll be here today.
All
I'm tired.
Well, he's working.
Yeah, he's fun.
All right. But yeah, I would agree with the rebar. Just a little bit of a brighter orange would really make that pop a little bit more.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. A little bit brighter would be nice on this piece. I think the yellow is good for what I'd want from that kind of tannish ochre style. But yes.
Very good.
So
awesome job, Logan.
Yeah, I love this. The progress that she has made in like a year's time has been wild to see because I think she's entered into every single one of these.
I believe so.
Every single one.
I believe so.
And just the leaps and bounds forward has been awesome.
I agree. All right.
I will say that is one of the primary things that's been really cool about this competition overall has been seeing everyone's entries getting better and better and better and better.
And making our job more difficult, which is what we want. So.
Yes, it's so good. So.
All right. Our last model for sci-fi is the War Boss.
Ooh, yeah. Classic War Boss.
Classic War Boss.
Angry.
Very angry.
Here to smash.
I think it's really well done.
Yeah.
Edge highlighting is really good. Really crisp.
Gotta drill that barrel though.
Yep.
That barrel ain't drilled. Honestly, it is a classic War Boss. There's nothing really stands out poorly against it. It's not. It needs more. I feel, even with everything's really crisp and clean, which is definitely a choice because it's universally crisp and clean. But having some additional skin highlights, having some highlights on the highlights and shadows on like the white bits for the skulls, maybe some additional heat staining on the barrel, something that puts it in universe. I think is what it really needs more than where it's at.
Or even having like metal chipping off of here too.
Yeah, it's super clean.
Oh yeah.
I mean, having this with a group of orcs that are all the same would look fantastic.
I would not be upset playing against this.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, having like additional things on the copper would be really nice. Some, just I think overall the thing that is lacking for me is weather, is having place, being placed in the universe that it sits in.
Yeah, I think if you added a little bit more weathering, I think that would really push this up really above and beyond. And getting your gun barrel drilled, and yeah, I honestly, other than that, I really think this is a really well done model.
Yeah, maybe now that I'm looking at it though, the face is nicely highlighted, like the skin tones are nicely highlighted. From where I'm sitting, I don't see any seam lines that are really popping out to me. So everything is well defined. It's just adding it, making it feel like it's in universe rather than just kind of taken off of a picture. But then again, that might be what they're going for. And
right.
If so, then they crushed it. They nailed it for that.
They even painted the hazard stripes on the piping on the inside.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they did. Wow. That's excellent detail. That's just coming cleanly. Excellent work.
Nice job.
Yeah, I'm not. Like, it's hard to pick apart a model when it's like, well, that looks really good. Drill your barrels and maybe add some weathering, and there you go. But otherwise, it's excellent.
Yeah. Well done, Eric.
Yeah, well done.
All right. That concludes sci-fi single models.
Yeah, so for those at home, we have a good smattering of everything.
Yes.
So that's really fun in that... there's a nice spread. So it's not like we have 15 or 20 in sci-fi single and then you're just sitting there for hours in sci-fi single.
Right. So we're hopping
poetic.
We're hopping right into fantasy single as we look at James's model, the Celestial 8-Ball.
Oh boy. Here we go.
With some skinks.
James is a long-time listener, first-time caller. I can't even say that. Long-time listener, a judge. I can't believe you'd submit this. This is just, I can't. I can't right now.
Just he.
How could you?
It goes with his army. Especially with the model that he won last painting competition.
Yep. And at Con of the North, the Q1.
Yep.
Yeah. James took Best in Show with one of the slams. It's a gorgeous model. As is this. This is more of the same, where the quality just speaks for itself. It's just volumes.
He added tufts.
It's what wins competitions. All the details are really nicely picked out. There's good variation, good highlighting, good shadows. Maybe a little bit more highlighting shadows in the golds on, like, especially the broader areas of golds could really use a nice, like, brown or purple to really kind of pull in those shadows, so the highlights just pop that much more. But all the little details on this model just really stand out.
Like the bone on the top of the headrest, and
maybe making these the feathers in the back pop up a bit more, so that you have nice variation on color as well.
I know that they brought out the color on the cloak of the skink too. That looks really nice.
Yeah, like the fin on the top is really cool. So, in a lot of things, I don't really have. I mean, my critiques are mostly just very minor, small things.
It's a very solid model.
Yeah.
You can tell he put time and effort into it, just like he did with his last show.
Yeah.
I do like the swirling effect that he did for the 8-Ball.
Yep.
I think that's a nice touch. I feel like this little purple thing that's in his staff kind of gets lost. Again, always trying to look to see where your focal points are. I can see the main focal point is your 8-Ball, and then it goes up to here, kind of back to the headrest, but then it just kind of gets lost up here.
Yeah.
You don't really have a direction other than going that way. But you want to be able to circle back around, so it brings the whole eye together and the whole model together.
So a very small critique, I would say, is the leaves and the tufts don't match in color. You don't have anything on the base that matches the model itself for the color of these leaves, and that is something that is, like, way nitpicky. But I think it would really set that placing in the universe more than anything. Is adding those small details that really make it pop.
Yeah, you would almost need jungle leaves,
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
But it's a very cool model. I really enjoy looking at this.
I mean, it is easy on the eyes. That's all it does.
That it is.
No, this is awesome. So thanks so much, James.
Thanks, James. All right. We have Frank.
Oh, this is Frank?
This is Frank, the soothsayer.
Frank the Soothsayer.
I love the feathers on this model. The whole character of it is just really cool.
Yeah. It's such a unique feeling model. It really pops nicely. The yellows and purples contrasting nicely. The base being very in-universe. I look at this model and I don't feel like it's out of place.
No.
The tones are really nice. There's a little bit of freehand, I want to say.
On the dots.
Yeah, the jacket.
I also feel like they did a matte coat, but then they brought like a gloss back on top of the fly, so it shows a bit differential.
Yeah. My main critiques with this is having definition on the feathers or leaves or whatever they are, because I think it's feathers because the feather in this cap is the same way. But having it so that you could even have an ink that you've knocked down. 1 part ink to 4 parts water kind of idea, so that you can do a little bit of a wash that just defines edges a bit more, because I feel like it just becomes a blob of color rather than having individual pieces within, and that's my biggest critique with it is kind of having that definition pointed out, because there's other places where the definition is pointed out, obviously. So
the other thing about feathers is you do have a lot of matteness with feathers, but the stem of the feather is, if you ever look at it, it's very glossy. So you could go with like bringing out those highlights by either mixing in a little bit of white with your purple, if you're aiming for a purple stem of the feather, and then have it just a light, just barely touch it, and just to be able to show to people like this is a feather stem, like it's glossy, it's different from the actual like plumage that comes off.
The other thing that would be really cool is like adding something that's an effect for the tongue going back, that's like spit.
So you're thinking about the good old Uhu glue again?
I'm thinking about Uhu glue. Uhu glue is always a good choice for it, but even something else that you don't have to make it like slimy or egregious. Just like even 1 or 2 little things that pop back would be really cool.
I know some people occasionally will we'll use Uhu glue, but instead of just having the whole blob of Uhu glue, they will take glass beads. Little tiny glass beads, and then have it be more of like a bubble effect, so you could get that to look like that.
That would be really cool.
And then you would also show that the tongue is glossy too then. So.
Yeah, I mean, but that's such a minor thing that's so, you could even do it now.
Right.
So I don't necessarily think that it's a detriment to
not at all.
To that.
Just something that could be added.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other than that, nice job, Jace.
Yeah, to Chris's point, he said a little gloss varnish maybe, and that might be. I would. Gloss varnish doesn't always do the best job of making something feel wet. It makes it feel shiny, but it doesn't always make it feel wet. Doing something that is a wet effect, or Uhu glue, or something like that kind of gives a semi-shine, is good. Actually, I just noticed something. The light caught it. On the base, there's a definite step between the base of the model and the base of what they built out. Evening that out, I think, would be really good. So something like a still water effect from Vallejo, there's still water from every freaking company. So if you can find one that you like and lay it down, I think it would really make it pop. That base is really good, so adding in a nice water effect on top just would seal the deal.
But a very cool model, though.
Yeah, excellent model.
Nice job, Jace. All right. We have, what is it? Gladius? Guardius.
Guardius.
I feel like they went very subtle with the blood effect, and I think they did really well, actually.
Yeah, I think that it's enough to get the point across, but it's not egregious where it's just everywhere. You know?
Right.
The highlighting on the armor is excellent. I really like the red. The edge highlighting on the red is really cool. It's a very dynamic feeling model too.
Yeah.
Even having some on the base, because I really like the base. I think having some of these leaves like blowing out or getting in other places. I don't know how you might be able to do that other than having some longer grass and then attaching a leaf up top, something like that, where it really shows that he's landing 3 points on the ground,
right.
Superhero style. So, but otherwise, that's like my biggest takeaway from that effect. It's a cool kit dash because this is a blade from Death Guard Terminator.
Well, and I can tell. I think I see 2 different kinds of silvers on that too. You have a dark silver that goes into a lighter silver.
So doing a nice highlight with it, really paying attention to your lighting. I do. Oops, sorry.
Okay.
I do think that it feels dry brushed, which is really cool because it gives a nice soft texture. But this feels very highlighted on the gauntlet. But if you look at other places, it's not as highlighted where it should be similarly highlighted.
Right.
So having more consistency with that, or having some coming back with a brush and then picking out those edges, even not on the hard edges of like a gauntlet or a greave or something like that.
Well, and again, look at your focuses. So like you have your scythe that is a really great focus, but again, it kind of just loses its focus. So I would try to bring some highlights on top of the spikes on top of the head, and then bring it back down to like highlighting a top of the gauntlet and then top of the knee to bring it back all the way around.
Yeah. Having, I think, with this too, having multiple different colors or different, like more than just the red armor, would help it pop a bit. But like, this greave up here is a good example with the lightning bolt, where it doesn't have as much pop that you would want, and it kind of is more subtle blend. When it should be a well-defined edge. The metal is more than likely on that greave is not as smooth as what is being portrayed in this at this scale. So,
right. It's not a cookie cutter.
Yeah. Same with the cloak. The cloak needs a bit more punch to it than just kind of might be where I'm sitting.
Yeah, sometimes just a little bit of extra edge highlighting will boost that right up.
Yeah, absolutely.
But again, another really great model from Brady, though.
Yeah. More Brady.
I
love it.
All right, we have our Warbear.
Oh, from Alexander?
Yep.
Yeah. This thing's cool.
Very cool. I'm curious as to where he got this model.
Yeah, actually, it's a very unique sculpt, and doesn't look 3D printed, so
yeah,
it's hard to tell.
He's using some of the metal leaves from I think it's Gamer's Grass that does the metal leaves.
Yeah.
So you can kind of like pose them a little bit better. I have been meaning to try them, but I haven't gotten around to it yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good way, because right now they definitely stand out in their kind of punch card-esque moment, and I'm trying to think of a good way to soften that, because I feel like there should be a good way to soften that, so it's not just a, hey, by the way, you used this product, cool. Because I think they fit really well. Maybe bending them a bit more, or like the leaves so that they feel less flat. I don't know.
You can tell that they tried to do that with these ones over here. They're bend them a little bit more.
Yeah.
It almost look like they're like Venus flytraps almost.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I really like the color choices for this. The shift on the watered down blue shift is really interesting for the armor and for the weapon. And it looks like they really paid attention to edge highlighting a lot of this too, so it doesn't feel like it's just they're relying on just the color to do what they need it to do.
Again, it's hard for me to tell offhand, but it looks. I'm not sure if this model just has one eye that's missing, or if it was just missed on this side versus the other side.
Okay.
That's something that I noticed.
Yeah, making sure that you're painting all your eyes.
Dot your eyes.
Dot your eyes, cross your T's.
But I think overall, like, the texture is all consistent throughout the model.
Oh yeah, the fur. I'm sitting about 2 feet away from it. The fur really pops for me. You can tell that there's individual strands that are painted and focused on, and it's so easy to let this model either just be dry brushed and be done with it. But they definitely took the care to highlight individual hairs and make sure that they popped up a bit.
I agree.
So maybe a little bit of highlighting on the purple, making it pop a bit more up, punching it up a bit, because it feels a little washed out from where I'm at, where it doesn't have, it has some highlight, but not nearly as much as I'd probably want it to be, especially alongside the rest of the model.
Yeah, again, it feels almost very monochrome. So bringing up more, getting closer to your bright whites up to the front on top of the head of the bear, and then bringing your highlights, your bright purple highlights on the cloak would help draw you up that way.
Yeah, adding some additional would be really nice. Additional highlights, that is.
But overall, I think it's pretty darn good.
Especially if this is on the table with other things, that'd be really cool. Yeah. I wish I knew where it was from, because it's such a cool model.
I agree.
Maybe Conquest?
I don't know if they have a werebear faction.
Okay.
But at the same time, I've only been delving a little bit into Conquest with the human side, the night households.
Okay.
But so they might be from that. But you never know.
Well, hey, if anyone knows in the comments, let us know. We'd love to know. So.
Thank you, Alexander.
Cool beans. Love it.
This is Mark's.
I always wanted to call this one Ysera. It's not Ysera. It's
definitely not Ysera.
It's not Ysera. No.
Yndrasta.
Yndrasta. I can never pronounce it correctly.
I like the swampy look of the base. Mark picked out the glossiness of the base to here.
To the droops or whatever they are.
But like the wings are matte, so that's nice.
Yeah, and I would actually state that I like the wings. They have this dirty quality that actually makes the white pop for feathers. For white feathers, very nicely.
And it's not easy to do.
No, it's definitely not. Chris pointed out saying that the green is so cool it reminds him of the green-looking metallic green-looking beetles, and I would have to agree. This mint color really contrasts nicely, and Mark did post this in Discord, one of the Discord chats, and my primary comment was, I love the green. It's such a unique style of green that not a lot of folks use, and I think that it really makes this model pop nicely.
Well, and you can it feels like you can even still see, because what it's reminding me of is like the Statue of Liberty. It's all copper, it's patina. And
it's patina.
It's in the process of becoming patina.
Yeah.
And you can tell, like, on top of the knees that you can still see that copper underneath it.
Yep, the chest plate, the side greaves, or whatever the thing is that covers like your thigh.
Right, and you can just see it on the model.
Yeah.
I think something that I would try to do, there's script written on this bit of the sash. Try to bring those out by either adding in a darker wash, or like you could do white and fill them in and then take off. And
there's a whole different thing, making it pop.
Right.
Edge highlighting it a bit more too. I really think the wings are excellent. Having some definition between the layers of feathers would be beneficial. So even you have that, whatever that color is that you dry brush, it almost looks pink. Having that really watered down and then having it be more of a glaze between feathers would be really nice to help define those feather points in the layers between them. So the cloak feels a little washed out. Could use a bit more highlight in there.
Well, in blending it out, you can tell that it's a bit of a dry brush effect. So just try to smooth it out, make it more consistent.
Okay, it's been bothering me. There's a technical term for a feather, and there's a shaft, and then each part has a barb and then hooklets, a vein. So the outer parts are a vein. So having them between, highlighting between veins would be beneficial, and then having on the shaft, having some highlighting on those so that it definitely pops a little.
Yeah, same kind of like what we mentioned with one of the previous models.
Yeah, with I think there was Kimberly's. Yeah. Her
Raven's Judgment.
Yeah, having that would be beneficial as well. So similar points.
Yeah.
So
Very
excellent
cool.
model. Excellent model.
Nice job, Mark.
Yeah.
All right, we have
Mandrake.
a mandrake,
Mandrake. Not the tree,
but
the screaming root.
it's kind of screaming though.
It is kind of screaming.
Well, it doesn't have a face. It does have a mouth.
I have no mouth, and therefore I
Its eyes. You can tell it's screaming through its eyes.
Yeah.
And it's obviously upsetty in the spaghetti.
Obviously, very upsetting. I love the color choices.
Yes, the pinks and teal,
pink, teal,
orange.
Yep, the kind of off-white skin, bluish off-white skin. It really, like, everything pops about it so nicely. The basing's really cool.
Snow, you can't go wrong with the snow base.
You can't go wrong with snow base. I would recommend though that if you're going to do it, definitely place the character in there a bit more.
Get some of the snow effect on like the cloak, bottom part of the cloak, or even add weathering powder.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I see it. You should have power to be able to right click and then remove that. Yeah. Sorry about that. So, but overall, I would say, like, the defining things a bit more is really important on this. The colors for whatever you're doing are excellent. Having things be like, the blade feels weird to me. The color choices are really cool, but it feels, there's no in between. There's no, there's a gradient, but it feels like it just kind of goes from bright orange to chalky to nothing. Having some buildup in between, or having a yellow or something,
Well, and a lot of that just goes with smooth, getting your smooth blends and stuff like that. So.
And it's obvious that you can do it because you have, like, on the cloak, it definitely pops where you have these blends, these nice blends, and
or even like the spell effect.
Yeah, the spell effect as well too. And this is part of a greater unit, and when we look at that unit later on, it definitely pops up quite a bit.
Right.
Where you can feel the cohesion between the unit. So
I feel like there could be a little bit more definition on the muscle groups and the arms. It doesn't need a lot. You don't want a lot, because then it's going to detract from everything else. You just want to be able to show, like, this is where the shoulder meets the arm, and you can see a little bit of it, but it's not quite as pronounced. But you should have a little bit more on the back side of the arm as well.
Yeah, this is definitely a time where I would say that lighting is definitely important for a lot of aspects. Because the lighting overall feels like it's kind of all over the place, so it doesn't have a defined focal point for where you should be viewing it or doing lighting. Because I feel like for this model, it should be on the blade, on the spell, or on the face. And there's not really a defined location that I should be looking for from
Right.
a lighting perspective. So,
But yeah, the colors are great. It's a very fun model to look
yeah,
at.
it is. It's very fun.
So thank you for bringing in that model.
Yes, thank you very much.
Lee, I believe is the name. All right. Next up, we have Mark Rupp
Oh, okay.
with Tyrion Sand.
Okay. This is like a this is a Song of Ice and Fire model, is it not?
A little heavy for a Song of Ice and Fire model.
Oh,
But
is-
I might be wrong. It might be a Song of Ice and Fire.
It could maybe. Otherwise, it could be. It might be Malifaux. Otherwise, it could be Dark Sword. It could just be a Dark Sword mini. They sell those at the source. Actually, they're local,
Yeah.
which is pretty. Not the source. The source is local to Minnesota, but Dark Sword is local to Minnesota. It's a local group, local guy. So yeah,
And
this
they-
is
Yeah, go ahead.
I love the colors. I love the placement. I love the subtlety of it. The dress is especially really pretty. So
The beading effect that they did on the edge of the dress is really nice. It's not overpowering, but it's not washed out.
yeah. I did want to get a closer look to this one. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, you're all good.
Oh yeah, the color placement, the face is really good. They painted the fingernails, the beading around the arm. Like overall, I look at this model and it's hard for me to pick out any one thing that I would say, yeah, you should improve upon this, because it's a well executed model for what it's supposed to do, especially at this scale. I mean, at this point, other than adding filigree to like the dress or something like that and getting really insane with it, is the only thing that I would push towards. But that's only if it's not a playable character to something, or
Right.
if it's a small unit and you really need to make focus on it. But overall, I don't have a lot of critiques on that. Maybe some additional highlighting on the face because it feels a little dark.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that, especially like more toward the forehead.
Yep. Like the eyes, the brow, the eyes, they feel very dark.
But you can definitely tell, like they even painted like the iris of the eye, and it's giving you a judgmental look. Like
I feel it.
I can feel it. It's
I can feel the aggression towards me.
and I think they even added a little bit of gloss to the lips, so it looks like it's shiny lips.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really really well done.
Yeah. Honestly, this maybe on the base is a little plain. She doesn't feel like she's kind of in the scene, but she could just be stepping out onto the cobbles, and that's that. A noblewoman of her stature,
Right.
walking amongst the common folk. No, I really like it.
Yeah, well done, Mark.
Yeah.
Right. So this model we have next here does not have a picture, so we apologize for that. This was entered in very last second.
Oh yeah, we were supposed to just give critiques on this one. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is a Chaos Sorcerer Lord.
Okay.
So Alex has not really got to see this model, so
I
I will
haven't
let
gotten
him.
to, no.
I will let him hold on to it for a little bit.
Okay. Definitely the things that pop out to me right away are, clean up seam lines, making sure that you have more than just one color down. It feels like this is very base coat heavy. You've gotten all your base coats down. The spells are popping, And you even have some light OSL on here, which is really cool. I like the blending on the one horn as well. But like the cloak, the robes, the skin, the metals, they all feel very base coat. Simply said, it's just the first layer down. Great. You have an excellent starting point here.
I do think that they got some dry brushing down to pretty good too with the basing. The basing looks really well, nicely dry brushed.
Yeah.
Even they got a little bit of dry brushing on the edges, hems of the cloak, on the first part of the cloak, and a little bit on the second. But I agree with what you're pointing out. You can tell that they were trying to do a little bit of bleed of the OSL,
Yeah.
which is a great first. I don't know if it's their first attempt or how many attempts they've done, but it's really well done.
Yeah, it's subtle. The OSL is subtle, and that's what you'd rather have subtle OSL than like blood. A little goes a long way, and it's so easy to overdo it, where it overwhelms and outwashes the model.
Right.
What is bright? Everything is bright. So, I would say my biggest takeaway is add additional highlighting, add additional shadows. You're at a good point with your base coat. It's a very playable model on the table, but having additional, especially for a character or something that's going to stand out, you want to have those points where you have some freehand or some additional highlighting or all that. So,
Yep, I would
that's
agree.
kinda where I come back to. Well,
That would be the end of our fantasy
that's
single
enough
category.
fantasy. All right. Well, we will take a short 5-minute while we swap models around, and then get situated. So we will be back shortly with more Dwarven Axe fun and games. So see you back in about 5 minutes. Thanks, guys. we're back.
We are back. Judge,
Yep.
Judge more paint.
Judge Mole Paint.
All right. We are going to knock out historical
Yep. The lonely single historical mini,
from Mark.
which, by the way, excellent. But I want to point out, historical is kind of an interesting category. It's a smattering of a bunch of different things together. Could be tanks, could be Roman legionnaires, could be, a unit of whatever infantry.
It could be a bust of George Washington.
It could be a bust of George Washington. It's really anything that's kind of in a historical category of its own. And man, some of the more creative pieces have come out of this for sure. I really want to see more into it. In addition, we're thinking about adding a busts category because busts have been just popping in the
so
Dwarven
good.
category. And so seeing more of those would be excellent. Anyway, but historical from Mark. Mark, we're up.
The Robbins Brigands. Robbins' Brigands.
As our friend Jacob pointed out yesterday, it's just terrorism
Yep.
in the woods. So, but this model looks awesome. There's something about it that just pops to me of a very small diorama-esque style.
I was mentioning to Chris off stream that the trees are actual sticks.
Yeah, and the boards look like they're actual. They are
Maybe cut popsicle sticks.
maybe or cut stirring sticks, maybe,
It's possible
and then
too.
yeah, and then there's like a wire that's holding the two things together. Like it's just really cool. The paint jobs on the guys are actually really good too.
Yeah.
Like
For especially their scale.
yeah, they're highlighted. What's interesting to me is what game is this from? Are these just 3D prints?
There would only be one person to ask.
And that would be Mark. Maybe, at this scale it's hard to do, but maybe some additional highlighting on faces, skins, things of that nature. But like all the guys are consistent. There's good highlighting between them. You have some definition on the feathers, for the arrows and the quivers. But other than the skin, like in the faces and the hands being a little light or a little not as highlighted, I think it looks really good. It's a really cool model.
I think overall it looks really good. I would love to see a shrubbery.
Wrong thing, but yes. There's plenty of shrubberies. There's a lot of grass.
There's a lot of grass, but I feel like a good bush over here or even toward the back to kind of like frame the back in.
Yeah, I can see
would be
that. So it
kinda
feels
neat.
more foresty instead of just kind of on the fields.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I know Robin Hood, they tend to hide out more in the woods than out in the plains.
The men in tights.
Yep. Manly men.
Men in tights. Yeah, like I really think this is great overall, and I'm happy to see that in the historical category, this is just an excellent piece too. So
Very creative.
that's very, very creative. I love it.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for entering this.
Yes,
it's
thank
really
you.
cool.
It's really cool.
All right. Onward and upward into Vehicle Monster. We'll start with the Skull Stealer.
Stealing them skulls. That's what he do. Oh, yeah, there he is.
There's a Skull Stealer.
I want to say this is a kit bash. The head is, at least, I think.
Yeah.
But then again, yeah, because this is a demon prince. It doesn't have that head. It's a cool head.
Yeah. I like that they did two different color, like it's different colored rock. And it sticks out in comparison to the rest of the base. Everything
for sure.
seems really well defined.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that the pink is really well highlighted and it has shadows to it. The blue is as well. I like that there's a nice contrast between the blue and the pink. Green is used as kind of a glow effect color, which is really cool. The marine helmet on the back is so well done. It's very, very well done.
Well, it complements with the glow effect
Yeah.
because it's elsewhere on the model.
The metallics are highlighted as well between different shades and different colors, which is cool. This is just a well-executed model.
Well, and there's just a like dried blood effect too, calling off of on the base as well, which is really neat.
I feel like this is one of those instances where they hit it all with matte varnish and could have brought back some more satin back into the model overall. So, some additional highlighting on like this leg would be nice because it's defined muscle, but having some additional feels like there's a loss somewhere in this area, and I'm not sure.
That kind of could be blended a little bit better.
Yep, that point on the knee. There's a touch of pink right here on this vent. It's a little bit brighter than the rest. Maybe not.
It's kind of on all the vents.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think it's all the small subtle touches that are just really well executed. The basing too, this rock. Let's take a moment to talk about this rock. There's like green and brown and yellow and all that kind of built into this colored rock. So it doesn't feel like it's just a gray rock that they picked up off the ground, slapped it on the base, and we're like, I'm done.
Right.
It actually feels like it's well thought out for what rock should be painted.
I agree.
So, excellent work. I love this. I love that.
Yeah, nice job, Will.
Oh, this is another Will special.
This is a Will.
It's so cool. Love it.
Very well done.
Very well. Very good.
Very well. Alright, we will go to the Primaris Bjorn.
Bjorn got an upgrade and he's angry about it.
Not a happy camper.
No, he never is. He gets woken up once every, couple millennia and is pissed every single time. The kit batch is really well done. It's subtle, but it doesn't need to be anything more than that. There's a lot of Space Wolf editions on here that just make it sing, and I love it. Right off the bat, my main takeaway is underneath the joints and the metal bits of like the legs, they're just one color. There's no highlighting, and there's other highlighting on like the gun. So having those be highlighted would really make it pop.
For me, it's gap filling on the back of the calves.
Yep. Gap filling, especially on these Primaris models, can be kind of a bear. So yeah. This is wolves, not bears.
I know, but there's a bear pelt.
That is true. The iconography, the decal work is really well done.
I agree.
Nicely.
And the highlighting on the front of the wolf iconography in the front is very, very well done.
Yep. I think some additional definition on like the rotary cannon wouldn't be a bad idea, so that it doesn't feel like he's just rolling off the lot, with this new shininess. Maybe adding some staining in there or some additional, having some discoloration would be a nice touch as well. The basing looks really good.
Yeah, I enjoy the basing.
So on board for that base.
I think if you really wanted to take the base an extra mile, you could, in theory, try to figure out how this machine would move, and then have an imprint in the back.
That's true.
But that would be above and beyond if you really wanted to push it even further.
Yep.
Overall, this model I would not be upset fighting this thing.
No, especially not. The reds on the tank, like the flame tank on the side, and this cord over here, wire, they feel a little lacking. They need a bit more. But then, as opposed to that, the leg armor with the pattern on it is so well done. It is executed so extremely well. So, that freehand is just popping. Comes right off the model.
Well, and you can tell that they like the stylized choice of it just looking like it's rolling off the the lot.
Other than his feet being a little
weathering for
weathered,
snow.
Yeah, and snow and dust. It's about what it feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think other than placing him in the into the world that he's standing in, beyond that, there's not a lot that I've come away from this that I'm upset by.
No, not at all.
That I'm going, yeah, you could do this better, you could do that better. All the edges are well highlighted too. So
Yeah, good job, David.
yeah, this is excellent.
All right, we'll put him back over here.
Old baby Bjorn.
Oh, big Bjorn. We have the Armiger.
Armiger from Brady.
Yep.
Okay.
So I believe most of his stuff is magnetized as well, so
Okay.
just have to be a little cautious.
So for those that are coming into this new, I paint a lot of knights. It's my bread and butter. It's my love. So I'm especially harsh on knights when it comes to.
Don't take it
paint.
terribly personally.
I've painted north of 40 knights. So I've been around the block and I know where people hide things. So right off the bat, the coloring is fantastic.
I love the blue.
The blue pops really nicely against the hazard striping, and the hazard striping is really well done. There's a subtlety of brown intermixed with the hazard striping that makes it pop. So you have shadows with it. They definitely highlighted the metallics as well. Mm-hmm. So there's a nice definition, edging for that.
There's a bit of weathering.
Yep.
I know that you'll probably say it too. It's the gap filling on the hips.
Yep. Yeah, the leg joints are especially difficult to because you can't get a good sanding in there.
Yeah.
Same with the guns. These gun, armaments are really difficult to get sanding in. I do like that they added in purity seals on the side, so it has nice details that pop out. Like the eye in the front as well pops nicely.
It's very well done.
Yep, the heat staining on the gun. I think one thing is that I'd want additional highlighting either on this metal, this bronze, and also the gun itself. Because if you look underneath, it looks like it has some shadow. Yep, it's two different colors, but it feels like this is just really plain. So just having it be that, maybe, but like the rest of the metals don't have the same polish to them. So it feels a little off.
Right.
Some additional details on the back would be nice to have too. I'm glad that they picked up this engine cover, but like the piping down below, some of the additional like vents and things could use some, especially the Mechanicus symbol in the back could really use some additional help, in my opinion. And the weathering feels somewhat inconsistent on where it's placed. It's kind of globbed in some areas, but then others it's more clean. Having some more consistent, it's going to sound weird, more consistent weathering would be nice.
I feel that the visor on the top here, it's hard to tell if it's painted or not.
Yeah.
I think it is, but it's very, very subtle. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think overall it executes really well.
It's a very, very nice.
Yeah, it's a very nice piece.
Well done, Brady.
Yeah, well done, Brady. Looks really cool.
We will go to Jeff's model here. Juron.
Oh yeah.
The big flesh eater cork guy himself. I've been seeing this model pop up in multiple different places. I actually lost a painting competition to this model because what they ended up doing was free-handing the entire back of the cloak.
Yeah, okay.
So I admitted defeat on that one.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, something. One of my friends, Axel, your namesake, buddy. She pointed out that the bear from Fantasy, just as an aside,
Gotcha.
Looked like a Codan from Guild Wars 2. They're like a polar bear people. Okay. And that's what it was tickling my brain. I'm like, this looks really familiar. Hey, it's Axel. Hi, Axel.
Hi, Axel.
But yes, this model is super cool. It's huge.
It's huge.
It's way bigger than you think.
I really like the kind of copper bronze that they did on it.
Yeah, it feels beaten, like a beaten copper.
Like it's been through some stuff. And then they also like incorporated it to the base as well, like this the crown that's on the skull is the same color.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's the small details that really make it pop, especially like that moss that's hanging out too. I like that they did weathering on the stonework, so it doesn't feel like it's just a dry brush on top of, it's a gray with a dry brush of gray on top. You have something more than that, and it's different from the stairs that sit alongside it. So it's not just the same stonework over and over again.
The subtlety of the blood too, like they have the smattering of blood on the staff, not only up here but up down where the hand is.
Yep. And then it's on the ground and it's splattered. It's not just streaked or whatever.
And this makes it, just seeing the broken nail on the back foot and how they accentuated it by adding a little bit of watered down red, just makes my own fingernails hurt. Like,
that's fair. I think one thing that catches my eye that could be better is the fur up top and the cloak. The cloak feels very washed out. It doesn't have as much highlighting as I'd want. Because even though it's supposed to be like a darker red or kind of grimy, it feels like it's just washed out. It doesn't feel like it's grimy.
I feel like the face is drowned out as well.
Yes.
Adding more highlights to the face to bring that attention up to it would be nice. I feel like you got a good attention grabber up here because you can tell that the edge of the mace on this side is more brightly highlighted.
Yeah.
But it's like the tip of this and then the mace and then it just gets lost over this way.
Yep.
So try to highlight that face and bring it back over. You can get a little bit of pull over from the crown, but bring more of it down. So highlight those edges along the face and the muscle tissue and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think with that skin tone as well, I think some more pop could happen, especially in muscle groups. You could also, it looks like there's a little bit of purple mixed in for shadows, which is excellent. But you can push those highlights a bit more too, so that you can accentuate when people are looking at it. In addition, the staff kind of loses it to the club or whatever, scepter, speculator, whatever it is. Anyway, it feels like the highlighting on this thing is not nearly as strong as it should be to make it pop and stand out as a central point.
Oh, I didn't realize that's a Stormcast Eternal head on the necklace.
But like you can tell that there's additional care given to the underside of the pelt. There's wolf heads that need a little bit more highlighting, I would say. It's like initial look really sets it. It sets apart this model. But then the more you look at it, the more it's like, okay, it needs additional bits and bobs to really help it stand out. It pops immediately, and the longer you look at it, you're like, oh, but this could need more, this needs more here. And it's the same thing, the cloak, the skin, some more well-defined areas.
Right. Bring out these faces that are hidden within the fur.
Yeah, because I think those are the small details that when the longer you look at a model, the more you should be able to discover and go, oh this. There's a hook on the back that isn't even painted.
No, that's a rat's tail.
Oh, it's a rat's tail. Okay.
Yeah.
It blends in with the cloak so nicely that I thought it was just a hook that was not painted.
Yeah, that's a rat's tail. That's a rat's tail.
Okay. So maybe having those be picked out a little with like a brighter pink would be beneficial.
Well, and you wouldn't need to do terribly much with it either. Just getting closer up to the top of your highlight. Just do a little bit at the top and then have it fade. It would point it out a little bit better.
Yeah. No, it's an excellent model. I love the design of it. I like the execution of the overall thought. It's really well done.
Yeah, that was a great job, Jeff.
Oh, it's Jeff's. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Axel. This is loves this guy. She's lurking while drawing some screen overlays.
Ooh,
so
nice.
We're background noise.
Oh.
How's that sound?
That's fair. That's fair. Lord Discontorted?
Lord Discordant. This is a kit bash. There's a tech priest in there alongside a Lord Discordant, alongside, I think it's just those two things. He has a whole smattering of cool, weirdness to his 40k army. He won Renegade Open's painting competition last year.
Oh, nice.
For best painted, I think it was best painted or best overall, one of the two. I believe it was best painted. So, his entire army looks like this. It's such a well-executed design. So, like, there's a nice care to weathering. There's a nice care to, I'm going to use these three colors universally, and that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, and the freehanding on the leg panels really nice.
The defined nature that the hazard striping has.
The glass.
Yep. Yeah, the glass, the cloth feels all unique to it as well.
And the patina and the well-wornness of the metals is really nice too.
Yeah, I think that the metals are really what stand out to me on this model more than anything, because they don't feel like he just took a wash and slapped it over it. He didn't just dry brush it and do that. They all have kind of a uniqueness. I would like something more than just this handle here. It is just metallic. So this is another example of what we've gone through in the past, where if this sits with the rest of the army, it looks awesome. But when it sits apart, it loses a bit of that. You can focus on more of the details, and you lose a bit more here and there.
Right.
Pipes that need to be a different additional color. These exhaust pipes need to be a different color. Wires need to be a different color, etc., etc. So
I feel like he did a really good job on the underglow of the thorax of this character as well. Kind of tell the redness underneath here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But there's
some cool glows. Yeah, it's a sweet kit bash. It's such a unique feel to it. It has a very dark Mechanicus style. It just feels unique. Chris, we're not seeing a loss of anything on the screen. Oh, that's weird. Huh. Okay, well, thank you, Ryan, for entering that. That was good. We're gonna save Chris a little bit of pain. He's struggling with that video over there. Sorry, guys.
All right, we got another Mark model here. We have the Abomination.
The Abomination.
Again,
it might have been me not setting up loop on it, so there we go. The Abomination. Okay, so to shout out to Mark, can we get where this model is from?
Yeah, it's very intriguing.
The number of times we've been asked where this model is from has been many. So I count more than I think 4 times people have walked up and been like, "Where is this from? What is that model?"
And we're like, we have no idea.
I have no idea. It looks so creepy in so many ways.
I think in overall it's the pincer thing that draws my attention the most.
The horse head.
Yeah.
The kind of half horse head. I want there to be more variation in the color. Mm-hmm. Because right now it feels very samey. As a D&D monster, this would be just terrifying on the table.
Oh yeah.
If that's what you're putting on the table, like, you as a DM have won. You've done it.
Well, and this model could also serve to use the wonderful aforementioned Uhu glue.
Yes, it would. It would do really well with it. Having some slime.
Yeah, slime or even slime mixed with blood. Like I did a werewolf model just recently, and I mixed a bit of blood from Blood God with Uhu,
Yep.
and then just
The only,
strung it around.
the only problem with it cures really fast when you add anything into it.
No, I know. I've learned.
It's miserable.
But if you know that, then you can work with it.
Yes, you can. But like, I want more definition around this mouth. This mouth is very much so the focal point of this model, or it should be one of the focal points of this model. But it's just wet.
Yeah. And then it should go probably from there to the face, one face to the top of this face, then to the pincer.
Yeah. But the overall feeling that I get from it is just as creepiness. Also, is that a sprue point?
It's hard to tell, huh?
I don't know.
It's hard to tell because it looks like they put some of the mud texture on the bottom of this
okay,
to make
yep.
it look like it's slithering through.
Which I think is really, really well done.
And they did have a durable effect of dark blood on the water down here too, and over here, from where like the hand would have been, over here.
Yeah. It feels like it's well built into the scene that it sits in, which is really cool. Adding in some vegetation or something else onto the base would be really cool. Having something else that defines where it stands would be really nice. So if it's underground, maybe a good mushroom, or I mean, just look up anything from the Underdark and you got a billion different options. So
Right. Yeah, it just needs some more highlights and
Yeah.
more better attention to the focal points.
yeah,
But-
I would agree.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I especially like it. So
Very nice.
thank you, Mark.
All right, we have blue is.
Blue is beta.
Yep. Blue is beta.
As opposed to the red ones go faster.
That poor orc did not do very well, did it? That's underneath this giant squig.
Got chewed up,
Yeah.
spit out. I know that pink is not often used, but I think it should be used more often. Though in this case, I would say it's a little washed.
Yeah.
Bringing back some of those highlights and some of those initial colors would be really nice. I love the pattern.
I think that really kind of helps. I know one trick. I painted a pink Velociraptor recently.
Yep, you did.
And bringing in some of your lighter pinks and doing speckles over your mid-tone, and then bringing your speckle of dark pink back over into your mid-tone, and doing vice versa.
Got it.
Helps kind of bring those paint colors together.
Got it. That's cool. That's a good idea. I like that.
That way you're not getting harsh lines of like, oh, it's this color, oh, it's this color, but your eye feels like there's actual natural transition.
Got it. The number one thing that I would say with this model is it's washed. It's washed out. Like there's little details like the OSL on the back here looks really good, especially against the skin. The color placement's really well done. There's some mold lines, but there's not many hanging around that you can really see. But overall, there is this overall feeling of heavy wash, and that's where you want to avoid, because it doesn't make it feel dirty or like worn or anything. It just feels washed out.
Right.
So it doesn't have any defining features. It's just kind of muddy. And building back those defining features is definitely where you want to get to, I would say.
Yeah.
Also, Axel and Chris both agree that there should be more pink, and that pink is underrated. So, more pink from all.
Put more pink in models.
Yes.
I do like the atmosphere that they put the creature in.
Yeah.
The swampy atmosphere is
Oh,
very
yeah.
well done, and they added like the fungal blood from the orc that just got its poor decapitation.
Yep. You got munched on?
I think one thing I would probably change though is if he just ate that orc, he's not going to have red blood. He's going to have green blood.
Yep.
Because you pronounced that this orc had green blood, so
Yep.
it should have green blood in its mouth.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Yeah, having that is kind of a weird choice. I mean, you could just easily say that it ran over it,
or if he cut it.
Yeah. So there's that.
There's ways that he could have died other than being eaten, so I could be wrong.
There's some weirdness with there's blood on this leg, on the metallic leg, but there's not blood elsewhere, which is kind of strange.
There's a little bit of blood on his knuckles. But I do get what you're saying, though.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Derpy Beans Pro. I'm not sure if you're the one that painted this. Who painted this one?
Kimberly.
The green is on the wrist knife. See, it is Kimberly.
I figured. Thank you for correcting me.
Yes, thank you for correcting us on that. So the knowledge didn't happen.
He was sawn.
It was sawn.
They came. He sawed. You got decapitated.
No.
Sorry, I am running on 4 hours of sleep today. So
This is a caffeine powered stream. Speaking of, I need another monster eventually. But yes, Kimberly, thank you so much for entering this model. This is such a cool piece.
Yes.
Your use of pink is definitely spurring on a conversation about additional pink needing to be done.
All right, this is our last one. This also does not have a picture, so we apologize for that. It's a Chaos War Shrine.
War Shrine. We have another one after this? Oh! Is that this one? Sorry, folks, I gotta check on something. Oh, that's weird. It fell under Titanic. I'll pull it in over here. We can talk about it.
We'll talk about it here.
We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it here in a minute. But yeah, anyway, so this model is the Chaos War Shrine.
Yeah.
So.
And this is from Herdis?
Yes.
Yeah. So this has got the similar kind of feel. I'd say the same critiques that I had from before. It's very base coat, very initial, sketched in. Which is not a bad place to be, especially where you can grow from it. I really do think that just base coats, it's not even washed out. It doesn't have those problems that you're going to see with excessive washing. I think that you're just at a point where you need to start building up highlights and a little bit of gap filling here and there, especially against this guy's butt. He's very thick. He's caked up.
Yeah.
And he needs a bit of help with that.
Well, and I think that you would do well with figuring out your This is a great model to actually practice your focal points and where people are going to be looking at your model. So if you're looking straight on, obviously you want your focal points to be going in a line. Right now, my eyes are drawn to the fires in the back.
Yep.
And
which feel more complete than the parts of the model.
And they're very well done. Those green flames are really well done.
Very cool.
But they're very different from that green flame to the ones up top.
Yep.
Trying to get those to kind of match up would be beneficial.
Yep.
But again, picking which way you're wanting your model to be looked at is important. Bringing in if you're looking at from this direction, you want the focal point to be here, the top of the horns here, and then up to the center of your circle eye. So you want that brightness to come up and then develop basically the whole model.
Yeah, and with a shrine, I think that the shrine should be the focal point. That is what your eye should be focusing on because it is a shrine.
Right.
But additional details can be pulled elsewhere so that you are able to have those other things that people will want to look at. The basing to me is really cool. This is a really cool base that just needs additional paint to really shine.
A good dry brush.
Oh yeah,
really.
And I love the grim dark feel that this has right now. So just accentuating the grim dark feel, keeping the dirt dark, making it feel like it's a hellscape. You can really lean into it. Looking at artwork from Diablo, Baldur's Gate, things of that nature can really pop in and give you some focus on what how you would want to paint it or what colors you'd want to paint it. So.
And that kind of leads me to a thing that I've been trying to be better about in my own painting is looking at references.
Yes.
Get a Pinterest board, and this, like if you're working on a war shrine and you're looking for ideas, go on Pinterest and then find photos that you want to or add into kind of your motif for your model, and then go to that Pinterest board when you're ready to work on it and get those references.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a really good piece of advice, is just looking at references, saving it, looking back on them. I know I recently finished a piece that was directly coming off of the Iron Giant, and I essentially grabbed the movie, screenshotted when it took place, like zoomed around in the different parts, and then like tried to get the perfect still, and then screenshot that, and then I kept looking back on it as this is my guide toward how do I want to apply and keep this looking the way that I want it to, but not dismissing out of the source material. So being able to pull up, shrines. How does a church look? Because you focus on the altar. So how can you then focus on the altar? What is it in this picture that makes you focus on that?
Right.
And doing, pulling in other people's war shrines, GW's war shrine, things of that nature. So,
right.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very cool. Thank you so much.
All right.
Very cool.
Now we'll be on the last model here.
Now we got the last model, which I believe this is a Jim Spur special.
Yes.
Old Four Eyes.
Old Four Eyes.
Old Four Eyes.
The gold is really well done on the base.
Yeah, the base definitely pops. I would say that the wings especially suffer from the washed out nature, because again, skin tones, wings, they tend to be smoother or needing better blends, and they just have kind of a washed out texture to them that kind of doesn't really pop as well for me. The eyes though.
Yeah.
The eyes are really cool.
They're very cool. You can tell that he added different color gold. So you have the lighter gold, especially like on this one.
Yeah.
Especially you can tell that there's a lighter yellow that cuts across the eye from the wing flap.
Yeah, which is really cool. It's a very unique flavor on like a worm,
Wyvern.
A proto-drake for us WoW folks. I think a little thick on the black lining as well. It stops being black lining and more like a color to me. So, which you can go back and forth and like black line and then bring some color back and then keep going back and forth.
I will say it is consistent though with
it is very consistent. I can't argue against that. Can't argue that.
The only other thing I don't know if this is some sort of magical spell effect this creature does, but if the eyes are a part of the wings, you're gonna have it on the backside.
Yeah.
But again, it looks like he might have tried at one point.
But even so, I mean, it's consistent along the inside of the wing rather than the outside of the wing. It might be a surprise thing. So
it's possible.
It's entirely that. I think one thing that I know is the horns and the teeth and the claws all match, but then the claws down here don't. So having consistency, or at least going, okay, I want my toes to be this color, and then the wingtips to be this color, or the horns to be matched here. Having some consistency overall would be beneficial.
Right.
For it overall. So.
I agree.
But yeah, some good highlighting, I think, would really, really benefit this model.
I agree.
So,
all right.
Awesome job, Jim.
Thanks,
Thank you
Jim.
so much. All right, folks, we are going to take a quick, half hour?
Sounds good.
Break, grab some caffeine, grab some food. We're hungry. And we will be back at it to
finish up the categories.
Finish up the categories. So we will be back at, let's see here. I'm not going to do military math here. We'll say 1:45 right now, Central Time. So we will be back at 2:15.
That sounds about right.
So you guys have about a half an hour. We'll talk to you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No limit. Oh no, yes. No limit. Oh no, yes. Definitely no other like before.
Getting the lapel mic. Sorry, Axel. Didn't mean to scare you. That's that silly video file that we're trying to get going. I apologize.
I can't hear y'all, but hello.
Now
Hello,
can you hear us?
everybody. That'd be me. Hello.
Is your mic on? Okay.
Pretty sure mine's on.
Yeah. We're in a delay.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Axel. We're just
It's a
always,
little crispy.
we're just quispy. Hashtag quispy. We'll be fine. Figure it out.
Might be me too with my necklaces. I apologize.
Screw it, we're doing it live.
This is how it works.
We're professionals at everything else,
Except for this.
except for streaming.
Is that better?
All right. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
And we're back.
We are tackling some units.
Less crispy. Perfect. I trust Axel to give us crap enough to
Oh yeah.
do things. She needs to come here
Yes.
and paint with us and
Yes.
hang out. You hear me almost every single day. Don't even. Every Tuesday at least. Don't even.
What's a Tuesday?
She's just. How dare you? Yeah, I don't want to hear it, man. Whatever.
All right. Welcome back, everybody.
Shanks.
We have pulled out all the units out of the cases, so
There's so many.
there are many units. So
Many units.
please be patient. I will try to be good about showing them a little bit better than last time.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are multiple models in unit, so I'll try my best.
That's fair.
So, our first ones that we have up are the Mandrakes.
Mandrakes. Less screaming. Maybe.
We have seen a Mandrake earlier in, I believe, Fantasy.
Yeah. Yep.
They're the same group made by the same person. They're very cool. See if I
See,
can.
and in all honesty, I think that this is a good example of how these models do really well in a group versus individual. That's kind of my thinking, is that these as a group accentuate all the things that you want them to, especially on the table. From 3 feet away, they look excellent, but the same qualities that we can kind of borrow from the initial discussion from that other model, we can kind of pull it over to this one. Additional highlights, highlighting the muscle groups. Grabbing, like on this guy specifically, there's like a bone, so small details on them to make it pop rather than leaving it where it is. The blending on the blade for the lighting. I love the contrast of the models themselves and the colors. So that continued throughout.
Yes.
The basing's awesome alongside of it. Placing them in their environment, things of that nature. But I think
They just shine as a unit.
they really do. As a unit, as a whole, they're impressive. But as like individuals, pulling them individually out, that's when it starts to lose kind of that cohesion aspect to it. So, but overall, Lee, the exact same statements that we made before about the Mandrake and the Fantasy really hold true with the unit. It's just the unit overall shines much brighter with them all together.
Right.
Because I think that they lose that like individuality of worrying about the specific details on that individual base.
Correct. That's pretty much it.
You concur?
I concur.
You concur?
But we do really enjoy seeing these as a unit.
Yeah, these are super cool. I love just how vivid they are.
So bright, so vivid.
So bright. They flew too close to the sun. They girl bossed too close to the sun.
All right, we will. So thank you for submitting those, Lee.
Yes, thank you, Lee. Lee was coming and swinging. So we got like most to all of these models within the last 2 hours before close. So it was rather sudden.
We'll bring in Chad's Krieg here.
Yeah, these Chris, this is that unit that I just put in.
Waiting for it.
Yep, that's them. That's these boys.
So there are even individual models that I love out of these Krieg. The map holder is so well done. You can see, if I can get it to focus and show it properly, it is all decorated, even with topographic, so it looks really nice.
That's super cool. Yeah, these are great. They have such small, intricate details on them that really pop. The only thing that it feels like it needs more of is highlights.
I could also see some weathering powder on the boots and the ends of the jackets, but overall, again, as a unit, they're very well done.
Yeah, they are. It's individually, they just need a bit more to pop, and beyond that, really, they're excellently done. The silvers are in place where I'd want them to be. There's enough weathering for, on the metallics where it feels like there's a difference between the dark silver and the bright silver or edges. There's the decal work is really well done. Gotta draw up them barrels though.
Yeah, that's something that needs to be done too. What's cool about this, they did the heat metal on the flamer.
Yep.
Which is really nice.
Specifically, that's really cool. Yeah, like as a unit, these guys shine really nicely. There's just a little bit more that I want from them, where there's a bit of pooling, a bit more highlighting, but beyond that, these are really solid. Oh, from the Hate board game. No wonder no one's heard of it. I think that was the one that came in hot, heavy, and then flopped completely. So, which is a bummer because it's super cool.
But yeah, there's just a lot of minor detail with these models. Like there's the scribbles in the book, and they're just well done.
There's just really good detail on them. That's really good. By the way, thank you for letting us know where the pieces came from, because that's really helpful. And then the Robin's Brigands are from the Joan of Arc board game.
Oh.
I didn't even know there was a Joan of Arc board game.
No, nor did I. But now we know.
Does it just provide kindling and then a lady to put in the center?
Yeah. You never know.
It's like Jenga, but in the worst way possible.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. But no, very, very cool models here, Chad.
Yeah, these are super, super cool. Well done. I love a good Krieg model.
I actually kind of fell in love working on Krieg when I worked on them for a commission, actually, and I really enjoyed painting them. But I do not own any myself, but if I were to ever have to paint more, I probably would.
There you go. See? That's high praise. That's high praise. So who's next?
We'll do Jim.
Jim.
We'll bring in his Team Shark tank.
Team Shark. See, these guys need to be street sharks.
Yeah.
That's what we need. Some street sharks. The cuts on the body are really cool. There's small details everywhere. He's got the eyes well placed. There's a bit of work that I feel still needs to be done with the metallics on like the spears. There's more colors that need to be added to the overall model. I feel like it's in a really good spot of getting the initial thought down, but there just needs to be more details added.
I can agree with that. He's been working on his eyes.
Yeah.
His eyes are a lot more.
Yeah, they're actually pointing in the same direction rather than off kilter.
Right.
Which is really awesome.
I think just a little bit of, for me, it would be like a little bit more edge highlighting on like this top of the spear, the spear edges. Could really pronounce that spear a little bit more.
Yeah.
I could tell that he used two different color silvers in comparison to the flat of the spear versus the side of the spear.
Yeah.
Especially on this one that I'm just showing, but I feel like even just getting that brightness on that sharp edge to show that edge would be a little bit better.
Yeah, I would agree. And really, Jim, the takeaway that I have from this is that your eyes have greatly improved. There's a huge difference between these guys and like your previous ones that we reviewed, the giants at Con of the North.
Yes.
Because those boys were staring at the middle distance hard. Each eye was. So it's really impressive to see the jump that from February to now, where the eyes are sharp and they come through as popping, which would be my biggest takeaway is like, holy crap, man, you really stepped it up. So, like, also the bodies kind of need a little bit of blending, a little bit more of that smooth out.
The bases are really nice.
The bases are really awesome. Love the bases.
And then edge highlighting on some of the gold and stuff like that. I think that would help.
Yeah.
Pop them out a little bit more.
Yeah. I really like it. The direction that it's going is excellent.
Yes.
So I think that you're in a good spot right now, Jim, to really take off with them. Highlighting, a little bit of softer blending. I think you've gotten the colors in place where you need them to. The eyes are excellent.
Yeah.
Feedback overall,
I would agree. Yeah. Well done, Jim.
Yeah, well done. By the way, Jim's entry, or not entries, but Jim himself is part of the Jim Spur Award that we have decided to start giving away to the most creative model. The most creative entry gets the Jim Spur Award, which is in his honor for having some of the more creative models and entries into this competition over the course of years. So if you're honored with that cute owlbear, that would be his doing.
So these ones will have to be a little bit careful handling because they are some bits are magnetized.
Now, all that tells me is that they can hit the ground and they don't shatter because the pits just break off due to magnetism.
Correct.
Easy.
We've met some of Brady's models in the previous categories.
Yep, absolutely.
Especially with his tech priest.
Yep.
Blending on the cloaks, really well done.
Top notch stuff.
Very, very good. The purple on the sword on the leader here is awesome.
Yes. The edge, it's edge highlighted nicely. It pops nicely. I would say I want a bit more to the silver on the backpack. There's a bit of weathering on them, but I don't know. There's just something about the reactor on the backpack that just doesn't pop nearly as much as I'd want it to. Ooh, that's an egregious seam line.
Yep.
Seam lines are so difficult they're easy to spot and hard to fill. That's for sure.
There's one even on this one too. I'll point it out. It'll let me. It's right on the line here where the knee and the leg are.
And cloaks especially are notorious for having seam lines in them where they, pieces come together and you have to get creative with it. So I don't envy your position, but it it's definitely something that you'll want to look into. I think that these guys are well placed in their environment, though.
Yes.
It feels like these guys are much better placed. So.
And they're very well painted.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe a bit of like decal work would be my next step. Some freehand, especially to make them pop in those cloaks. The cloaks are really nice, but having some additional. Something additional for the eye to really latch onto.
Also gun
awesome.
barrels.
Yep, also gun barrels. Drill them gun barrels.
Drill the gun barrels.
But I think that's my biggest takeaway is drilling gun barrels and a little bit of extra decal work or some little extra care onto the cloaks themselves as like the initial build rather than the painting. So
I agree. Cool
stuff. Well, thank you, Brady.
So actually, Brady has another set in here that. Do we want to talk about?
I do actually want to talk about that. So,
all right, we'll move these guys out first.
Yeah.
So the long strikes.
Yeah, the long strikes. So these ones, the bases immediately pop to me, like that marbling. Effect looks really awesome. The leaves on them, some of the tufts. I would say that the one problem for me is that the black is very plain. Like the armor itself is really good, but the black is very plain. There's not a lot of shading, if any. There's no highlighting. It's just kind of a plain black, and that really.
You need those edge highlights to bring that emphasis out.
Yeah, some chipping, some edge highlighting, some gray, some blue, something to make it really, pop out to the eye when you pick up and look at the model. I think is what really stands out for it. Overall, it's much the same feedback that I had from before with his singular guy, but I think that these are in the process of becoming him. Mm-hmm. As opposed to the other way, so
I agree.
But yeah, there's not much more that I'd want to add to it. I think that the larger bases lend themselves to letting you see more of them,
right? Of
the base,
and especially getting them into the correct environment that you want them to be in.
The use of weathering powders and tufts. It definitely feels like fall-ish, a broken temple. It has that vibe to it. So
for sure,
very cool stuff.
All right, thank you, Brady.
Thank you.
All right, we will.
Brandon said he really likes the way that they did the bases and a bit differently, but still in the same environment. And I would agree.
I would agree too.
Like you can see them being in the same place, but being in a different part of that place, and that's really cool.
All right, we have the hunting pack.
Ooh,
Lictors hunting pack.
Yeah, these are cool.
Loving the vibrant color choices.
Very nid. So immediately right away, this pops to me as contrast paint. It's contrast heavy, which is not a bad thing, but I think that you need to additionally add highlighting to it beyond just the initial coat. Because the yellow is a really unique feeling yellow, but it needs those additional highlights to really pop out and sing.
I agree. You do have a little bit of bleed over effect in some areas from doing contrast paints, which is fine, but just got to remember to go back over with your highlight color of like your bone texture here and cover over that little bit of blue or that little bit of green or anything like that.
Yeah, and what's really cool about contrast is that you can do wet blending between like this green and this blue with just effortless ease, and it's so impressive to see. Like I'm really impressed every single time that I see a contrast only model being so good, and it really speaks to the quality of product for Army Painter and for GW to have put out, but also them being able to inform how to use the technique well enough for people to take it and really run with it in interesting ways that they otherwise maybe wouldn't have or felt limited by.
Right.
And I'm excited. So I'm gonna get on my soapbox I think that it's a good way for painters to get involved in painting without having the fear of, okay, I have to follow what technique now? So if I have to do base coat and then wash and then dry brush and then layering and then how do I do all these things?
Right.
Contrast paint is, nope, it's really easy. You dry brush or you paint it white and then you paint colors on top of it and you get instant results quick. And I think that it equips an entirely new generation of hobbyists to come out and go, this is the technique that I learned, now how do I build off of it?
Right.
And it puts them in like the middle of the pack rather than super early and I don't know how to do any of this and I'm really like, I don't want to go against some of these painters because they look way better than mine, or how do I get an army on the table?
Well, I think the big thing that needs to be said more often than not is everybody has a start. Everybody's in different places in their painting journey.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid of where you're at, because everybody's been there.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. Like being where you can be, to be able to just show off your model speaks volumes. I don't know where my phone went off to.
Over yonder.
But like I can talk and walk. Being able to show off your model and be able to have positive feedback from people, critiques from people, without feeling like you're wasting someone's time. And I don't think you ever should feel like you're wasting someone's time to get critiques on a model. But having something that you can easily look at and go, I did that. You know, and I've watched people that are quote unquote non-painters that really don't like painting come out of their shell and do some impressive work with just contrasts. And I think that it's a benefit to the community rather than a detriment.
Right.
I think it's a huge add.
I agree.
I don't think you can just stand on it alone if you're entering it into the competition, but I think that it enables you to have such a great launch-off point that it becomes this huge benefit to you.
Yeah, I think at this stage for possible improvements would be definitely working on brightening up your edge highlights.
Oh yeah.
This is a great start to actually do that. You could pick out your yellows and then follow along those high points and really bring out those vibrant greenish yellow to make it really pop and bring that attention even more so than to what you already have going on here. It's fantastic.
Yeah, like all of this right now is you slap on a highlight of a dry brush and you're another, I don't know, you go from 50% to 75% in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
There's almost nothing to it. You're doing such a great job with this. And I'm sorry to have waxed poetic about it, but I think that it's a good example of something that is a benefit to the community. So.
Yeah, I agree. So
Anyway,
thank you.
I'll get off my soapbox. I apologize. I'll get down here now.
But thank you for submitting your Lichter hunting pack. They're very good.
Yeah, thank you, Alesso. Those are awesome.
Oh, you're all good.
Whoa.
You're all good. You're all good. We will grab.
Yeah, you're the grabby one here.
I am the very grabby one today. We'll do some more Krieg.
A different style of Krieg, though. These are much more grimdark. The Krieg Duo. These ones have a much more dark vibe to them, and in a bit of a washed out kind of way. And I kind of want more highlights to these. So as opposed to the previous ones, which I think needed some additional highlights, but also just needing some additional weathering and additional placement in the environment, I think these are well established in the environment, but they need highlights.
Yeah, I can agree with that a little bit. Just not very much.
No.
Just a tad.
No.
Especially like to define your or make your definitions of your face, to bring them together.
Yeah, same with the highlights on the weapons, the metallics. The metallics on these guys are very, I would say, quintessential alongside the jackets. And so having a nice dark metal with some scratches and slashes and highlight points, really will make them sing a lot. And so, these guys are at an excellent place for you. Just add, I don't know, 20 minutes of work each with some highlights, edge highlights. You're done.
Yeah.
I mean, these would sing to a different level. Logan's here. Yeah.
A stream within a stream within a stream within a stream within a stream.
Yeah, we can just stream all day. We got people walking by, so it's really awesome.
So, but yeah, I think they're really cool. They're a little bit more TLC, and they will be shining and singing.
Yep, and especially in a squad or in an army of these guys. It'd be so cool.
Another thing, make sure you drill your gun barrels.
Picking them out already.
Yep.
But yeah, this is another excellent example of Calvin's work. There's not a lot of things that I'm like, this needs a lot of improvement. I think you're in a great spot to really bump up the level of your paint,
right?
Without much extra effort. So,
I think one other thing you could probably add, if you wanted to, on your basing. I like having dynamic basing and bases that tell a story, but trying to get muddy footprints. If you're I know that they are. You can tell that they're definitely muddy, especially from the weathering of the cloaks and backs of the cloaks on both of these models.
Yes.
But I would imagine you're trying to show trench warfare.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of footpaths. So trying to
some duck board, some bricks, some sandbags, some.
They would add a lot to the bases of those models.
It would add so much to the environment that they stand in, more than anything.
Right.
So.
But yeah, those are my takes.
I love it. That's some good takes.
But I really like them, Calvin. Well done.
Yes, thank you. And also, just remember, a unit is, I think technically it's 3 or more. It might be 2 or more. So don't be afraid to add, to toss something in where it's like, I've only got 2 or 3 guys. That's an awesome add to a unit.
We have Mark Rupp's Bolton Blackguard.
These are cool.
I didn't realize that these were Song of Ice and Fire minis until I realized the tray. And I was like, wait a minute, I've worked with those trays before. What is this? And then I looked at the thing and it said Boltons. And I was like, oh, these are like Roose Boltons. So this is the Boltons from Song of Ice and Fire. So, very cool. I love how Song of Ice and Fire actually has those movable unit bases to be able to add more dynamics with your units.
Yeah.
Which definitely shows with what you did here, Mark.
Yeah, the overall feel of this unit is impressive. I love the off pink, off magenta color of the cloaks. I like the add of blood, but the add of blood feels really matte. So it kind of, there's gore to it, to Chris's point. There's this awesome amount of gore and use of gore, but it I don't know if you hit it with a matte varnish after, and so it dulled it all down, but I feel like I'm losing some of that blood, that shock and awe.
They definitely did some oohoo glue work, though, which fits with the Bolton vibe.
Yep, absolutely. Everything just needs a little bit of a highlight, I feel like. There's also some mold lines here, too. Yeah,
that's one thing that Seabond Plastic is not great on, is there's mold lines.
That's fair. But overall, the color palette is really interesting. It's really fun to look at. It's an interesting choice overall of how you apply these colors. I just feel like some good highlights would be great. They feel in their environment, though.
Pull a page out of the actual books of A Song of Ice and Fire, and you got your Boltons.
Yep. Yeah, I don't, when I look at these guys, I don't feel like I'm losing anything, or who are these, or what are they doing, where are they? I get all that. It's just adding some additional highlights so that the colors pop out. And the trouble is that anytime that you have something in mud and snow, anytime you look at it in real life, it's always much more muddy and it doesn't highlight. It doesn't have any highlights to it, and so that's just real life. But I feel like in a miniature scale, you need to have those things pop. Otherwise, you lose it in kind of the background. So
For sure.
excellent stuff, Mark. I love it. Thank you so much.
All right, this is our last unit.
Last unit. Okay.
Got Jays with their razors. Laren's razors.
Yep, Laren's razors. This is the last one. Okay. Chris is keeping us honest in the back room. He's pushing all the buttons. That squid is so cool.
It is a very cool squid.
That is so cool.
The orange on the eye is very subtle too.
Yeah.
I'll try to bring this up.
I was gonna say the orange pops against the purple really nicely, in a way that, like, the whole composition of the piece is really unique. Also, good use of the Michaels / Hobby Lobby plinth pine base.
Yeah.
I love that thing. It's so nice.
I know
They're like
that
a buck.
it's so great.
They're so great.
At some point I need to do that for some of my models too.
It reminds him of a certain VTuber. Okay, all right. I mean, the color palette. The one thing, so this is something that you'll see in a future model that we're going to talk about, but adding in the lines from, very subtly add lines from the ocean surface down, where you have that distribution pattern from water, sunlight going through water, would be an excellent add to this thing. That would not go much more, it wouldn't be much more work. So, have fun, Axel. Go get some Arby's. Grab me some.
Bye, Axel.
Grab me some mozzarella sticks. So, yeah, the vibrancy is super awesome. To Brandon's point, like, it definitely pops. Mm-hmm. There's subtle, like, little bits of detail here and there. I think that adding some additional colors to the cloaks, so they're not just a plain green, needing additional highlights there. Some pieces feel a little washed out. I don't know. You have a better look at the model overall right now. Thoughts from you, Kelsey?
I just think it's a solid piece.
Yeah.
No, nothing really, like, things are vibrant, but they're nothing ever just fully stands out from above all the other ones, which is kind of how you judge a unit. It's an overall composition. Nothing is, not one model is more vibrant and brighter than the other, which is good.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think some additional highlights would be beneficial to, like, the metal bits on their cloaks and their armor. Some additional leather work on the shoes.
But it's overall consistent throughout the entire piece.
No, I'm with you on that. Like, I feel like the piece as a whole is just excellent. It's a really well done piece. Seam line.
Damn.
Them seam lines, they get you.
They're not easy to cover up, that's for sure. Which we will find we will have another model here in the near future that we'll talk about that too.
Yeah.
But
awesome. I loved it.
Yeah, great job, Jace.
Yes.
All right. We are going to take a quick little break to get these models back in the case and grab our next category, Titanic, which we have five entries for.
Yep. So give us a couple of minutes here, and we will swap things around, and we'll be back in about 5. Thanks much.
Heyo.
I can't touch the cheer side.
Sorry, we're having a conversation with Logan here.
All right. Are we back? We back?
We back.
I'm thinking we're back.
Hey.
Hey, Bound and Broken.
See,
A Knight's Tale.
we got a knight in front of us here. It's Max's Titan, Ground and Broken, Free Blade.
He's Titanish.
So I will try to bring this up a little bit closer for you guys to see. It's kind of hard with.
I was gonna say, be careful with
everything.
knights.
They're fragile.
They got them glankles, them glass ankles.
The fragile.
Fragile.
But then I will turn a lot of this kind of over to our good friend, our knight expert.
No. I want to hear your opinions.
Oh no, I think it's very well painted. I feel like the red is pretty is consistent throughout the whole model. The striping is really well done. I think something I would say is that this decal work needs to be improved a little bit over on the Adepticus side.
So for those that don't know, decal work, you can really add some cool decals using it's additional tools, but it's micro sole and micro set, and both of those in tandem together. One will help dissolve the help separate the plastic of the decal from the paper, and then the other one will help adhere the decal to the model. And man, let me tell you what, whenever you have that unlocked, it makes decal work so easy and so simple, and it looks good every single time. So look into those if you're struggling with decals or are interested in them.
But most of the other decal work is really well done. The basing is nice. I wish, this is just me being a minor gripe, I wish that you would pick out more details that could be a little bit more colorful, like this arm or this hand back here.
Yeah. There's a lot of details on the base that could be popped. You could do even just a simple dry brush would help make it sing a bit more, but I think you're right. Some not decals. Some additional details on the base would be awesome.
I really like the cherub. Little tiny cherub on the blade.
He's lifting. He or she is lifting up the blade.
Yep. You gotta make that swing, bud. You gotta make that swing.
You gotta have that help. That divine help. That's where it's at.
Another thing that you could add to it is weathering, like weathering powders on the feet. With the stumbling through the mud and everything, it's gonna be picking up something.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially at night, it's gonna stomp through. I do appreciate that they sunk the feet into the basing.
Yes, I agree with that.
So there's enough of it being in the environment. The weight of the knight is definitely noticeable.
I agree. The gun is drilled.
It is.
It is drilled.
Good. It's good.
Yeah, I think it's just a very clean knight.
It is a very clean knight. There's some weathering on here, especially the little chipping on the striping, which is really nice. I do think that your highlighting on the red is well done. You could go a little bit higher without necessarily risking anything, especially these edge highlights, because I think that they really do shine a bit more. But overall, with knights especially, the metallic bits, you need to make them look interesting, adding some additional details. You did that partially with these joint points being silver, but a silver on top of a black silver is really difficult to necessarily distinguish between them. You did a great job of getting rid of the seam line in the hip joint, so nice job on that. That's a great touch.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not. I would like to see some more of these copper bits or bronze bits being a bit brighter and then also applied in other areas. Like there's a ton of spots on the knight itself that have a great spot for bronzing. that you could apply as nicely. I do enjoy the worn gold. Gold doesn't rust, it doesn't oxidize, but it does get grimy, and then you can do scratches on it. So a good technique that I found with that is that if you kind of subtly knock down your gold a bit, you can sponge on some gold on top of it to make scratches, and it looks really nice. So something to consider. But overall, a great night.
The hazard striping is really well done too.
The hazard striping is really nice. Do enjoy that a lot. Be careful a little bit with the pooling on like the armor panels as well. There's a little bit of that, but overall, it's a really well done night. I would say adding some highlights and making it pop a bit more is going to be beneficial, and then like painting the window at the top, the pilot's window would be beneficial. So, but looking at your cherub, I can definitely tell that you have a good amount of skill with with your painting. So this should be like a really good way to expand upon that into this night without much extra effort. So I think you're in a good spot.
Good job, Max.
Yeah, it's just little details that pop out nicely. So thank you, Max.
All right, let's bring out our friend over here.
Ooh, creepy boy.
Creepy boy.
As Chris said before, he goes, this model is awkward and makes me feel feelings in all the wrong ways. In a good way. He is super creepy.
I feel like the muscle tones could be pushed even further if you really wanted to.
Oh, for sure. This the metallics on this one too suffer from the same issue that we saw with the Lord Discordant. It matches the army style, but it definitely needs more than what it is. You know, it's good, but it just needs that extra push to being something additional. Otherwise, you just kind of lose it. There's also bits of armor plating that aren't painted like armor, which is kind of strange. Or metallics that are painted the red, which I think are a miss. But the worst angel. This is one that be not afraid, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna be afraid.
I'm gonna be afraid, and I'm gonna go way over there.
I'm gonna be over there. Not gonna be here. I'll be elsewhere.
Don't follow me. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, overall, it's a really nice piece. I would just say that it has the same critiques that I would give it from before, which was the metallics need, because the metallics are a large part of this model, other than the skin. And you already pointed out the skin. The metallics need something that makes them pop against other parts that are metallic as well. It can't just be universally.
Well, and that can be very, very easy fixed, is just adding in a brighter silver or a brighter highlight.
Yeah, exactly. Like something that just helps it differentiate, or a bronze or a copper would even help, but or a dark metal, something, you know.
Yeah.
Something in that world. So, but yeah, Ryan, I've seen your work. I've seen your army, and it's excellent as well. So
Yes, well done.
yes, thank you so much for entering in.
Put you over there. Should we bring Shark Boy over?
Shark Boy, ooh-ha.
Shark Boy, ooh aha.
All right, so
Mega Rex.
David entered this one in, and let me tell you what, we've seen it evolve on Discord so many times, and every single time we see it, it's super impressive. But seeing it in person, pictures don't do it justice. It's impressive. Hey, thanks for following us. Good Gotrek.
Thank you.
But this model is fantastic. It has such a painterly vibe to it, and this is actually the example that I was mentioning earlier about the water effect of having those kind of wavy patterns on the top of a model. that will allow for you to have, hey James, to have something feel like it's underwater, and it does it so quite well. So especially on the base and against the top.
It's been a lot of fun seeing his progress on the Discord, and actually seeing it in person. It's even more impressive than seeing it just in pictures.
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest takeaway for me would be seeing the base be blocked out by the shadow of the shark itself, so that you have this differentiation of light and shadow, which would be really cool to see. That would be my biggest takeaway. I think the color blending is really nice. There's application for everything else that you're wanting. That makes sense. Maybe the nails on the toes need a little bit of something.
I can see that.
To pop. Or the backside right here. Use a bit.
You could also have a lot of fun with doing UV resin if you really want to. Again, this is not an option. Like, you could do this as an optional thing.
Yeah.
UV resin and then glass beads.
Yeah.
And then having a splash effect of this thing just pulling itself out of the water and ready to just charge at those beachgoers.
Yep, get them chomps in.
So
there is a bit of a seam line back here that could have been cleaned up a bit. But
you can tell that they definitely tried.
Yeah, there's a little bit of cleanup there. This is a really fun model. I just overall, I keep coming back to, it's an excellent example of a good painterly style that's not your traditional. And I know that David comes from a historically artistic background, pen drawing and artistic, and he's a professional at that. And so seeing his style of paint is very different than a lot of the other formulaic models that like GW or Army Painter or some other ones put out. And so seeing a very painterly style like this is encouraging. I'm really excited to see something like this so that we can have others take a hold of it. And I know that you, Kelsey, do a lot of painterly stuff.
Yeah, so I totally get where David's going. I've always been into very artistic style anyways. I wish I could do different styles, but it's a growing curve. But
well, yeah, whenever you find a style, it's easy to get into that style and then like build yourself a rut and a routine into it, and then deviating from it's really difficult. But typically though, whenever you make that style, that's what you want. Right. You want a style, You want something to be yourself.
Right.
So.
But this is a really cool model.
Yeah, it is.
And very well done. Good job, David.
Yeah, thank you, David, for entering that in. It was this is his first entry into his first Dwarven Act, so very exciting.
Proud of you.
Proud of you, man.
Proud of you. All right. We'll bring in Mr.
The big headed boy.
The Mr. Nagash.
Nagash.
So this is we've seen Mr. Nagash before. Very, very nice model.
Yeah, you wanna speak a little bit to Nagash? I mean, it's been your baby for a long time.
Oh my God, it's still a big work in progress for me. I really enjoy Jace's Nagash. His blending on his cloak is really well done. The books are very standout, even though they're not like completely highlighted. They don't need to be. They're not the main focus of it.
Remembering back, because this is one that we've had in the past. So we had this at Renegade, so Q4 2023. Jace had entered in this model. And I want to say that the bone was really washed out. I'd have to go back.
I think he fixed the bone.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at pictures, but I want to say that this is a huge jump forward.
Yes, the staff is really well done for fixing the bone and the overwashing and stuff.
For sure.
Again, I understand the frustrations. It's a problem that I had with my Nagash, and it's still prevalent on it. And Alex is laughing at me because he knows The seam lines on the cloak are not the greatest thing.
Yes.
They're a pain in the butt.
Yep. The seam lines on this model are a nightmare because you have to, all the little spectral things too. Mm-hmm. In some ways, I wonder how much easier it would be, maybe not the cloak, but the spectral things to essentially,
It's like you have the seam line there.
Yeah, you have to build it and paint it all simultaneously. How do how would you do that?
Yeah, for him, how I did it, I don't know how Jace did his. I've been meaning to talk to him about that. I ended up having to take off, or I worked on his cloak and the spirits as one, so everything was assembled. I had all the books off.
Oh.
This can be separated.
Okay.
And he slides into his cloak.
Okay.
And then you can add the two extra skulls.
We all slide into Gash's cloak eventually.
Just slide in.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a challenging model, but he's hit it out of the park for the most part.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that this should, this is not this is a good example of someone that has come back, taken the critiques, come back, and really improved. Because I honestly looked at this and I was like, oh man, this model is so impressive. Maybe I just have the memory of a goldfish, but
no, I think he came back with some better. It's like I don't think he quite did this shoulder pauldron.
Yeah.
This shoulder pauldron is more or less what he had for his entire bone.
Yeah.
So okay. I just don't think he did this shoulder pauldron.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think overall, the entirety. The execution of the model is really good. It's just finding a way to try and correct these seam lines that really does it for me. And it might take going back, and you might have to try and fill it in and then repaint over it and try and blend it back, which is doable. Don't get me wrong, it is doable, but it might take a lot of extra work.
Right.
To finally get rid of those seam lines. However, I do think that when you do it, it'll sing.
Oh yeah.
It'll sing. So.
Thank you very much, Jace.
No,
you're all good.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're all good. You hit every note that I wanted to talk about. And at some point, I promise I will have my Nagash done as well.
Promises.
Hey, I at least got Mr. Ratman done.
That's true. You did get Ratman done.
All right, we have Brady. One more from Mr. Brady over here
Once
for
more into the
Titanic.
breach.
We have another knight.
Another knight.
Very cool blue knight, like his armature.
Yep. Yeah, I love the color and tone. The silver is really good. And yeah, the instant thing that pops out is that thank you, Gotrek pointed out that the armor is so smooth, and it is excellently smooth.
Yeah.
A good matte varnish will go a long way, and actually I think so. Weathering powder was down here, but it's not up here. You can tell that just popped out to me. I love that the weathering, you have some areas that have streaking. I really wish that there was more of that overall, but you've captured the rest of the model really, really well. So I like that it's more in its environment with the dust, but wires I think need to be additionally placed. Especially on a model like this with a lot of extra details. Same with some of the metallics, having different color metallics to differentiate between this is a piston and it's the same color up here. So there's been a great amount of care that's been put into this model for making sure that the colors work, and I think they do work well, but I think just additional details need to be pushed in.
Well, I love my basing. So just having the Cadian helmet and the Cadian gun and the propaganda poster, just the little details on the base are just making this model sing even more.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Not to mention the cog for instead of the banner between the legs, the leg banner, whatever. It really does single out that this is a really well done, really Mechanicus-based knight. The hazard striping is really good.
The
Heat bloom, the bloom or the heat staining. I mean overall, this is a really good example of a well painted knight. Without question, there are some seam lines, places that you could probably clean up.
Right here, I can see one right there, but still.
Yeah, it's an excellent example of a well-painted knight. So if I was seeing this across the table from me, I'd be beyond impressed.
Could probably, if you really wanted to, write something on the banner here on the chainsaw, if you wanted to.
Yeah. But that's only if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
Chris, I don't know if this is making a ton of noise or not, but I'm trying to readjust my mic. There we go.
All right.
Yeah, I think that this is a really good example of a well-painted knight. So thank you so much for this, Brody. This has been an honest pleasure to look over.
For sure. All right, that ends our Titanic category.
Okay. All right, done with Titanics then.
So we are going to take a quick 5-minute while we transfer models over and put the open category onto the table. So just bear with us as we do that real quick.
And just for heads up, the open category this time around is the largest with 11 entries. So we'll have something special for you all.
Oh, well, that's just unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh well.
Ball gazer! No. Is that what the pad is?
Hello.
Yeah, this is where the
This is
camera.
where you gotta aim. Aim for the middle. Yeah, you get that fun.
Yeah, wait a minute. Thank you so much for paint judging.
Oh, yeah.
We have a wonderful James here.
And one of my models is in there, so now I have to
Yeah, you do. Actually, this is the category that you could talk about. Actually, do you want to talk about your model?
Let's pick it out. So we have Mr. James here, who has. This is Patrick.
chalk it.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll share this.
Yes, so this is my Cities of Sigmar Free Guild Marshal, Cavalier Marshal. He is riding Buttercup. I just decided that name literally right now because I'm looking at him. I'm like, he kind of looks.
Buttercup.
It could be butterscotch. Actually, he's got a very butterscotch.
It could be butterscotch. That's
Yeah,
true.
you know, and of course it's following my my basing theme. I finally figured out my basing the way I
Okay.
kind of wanted to do it, with little pops of green using some Nurgle Garden, Diseased Garden, whatever it is from AK Interactive, and mixing that
Okay.
in with some mud.
Oh, okay. So it gives kind of a nice green-brown tone.
Yeah, it kind of creates its own natural greenish texture without going over, because it blends in nicely to the brown, and you just mush it around a lot.
I like it.
And actually using the paint pot that you guys gifted to me on the last painting competition, and that is the color of butterscotch. Talarn Sand.
Nice. I was going to say the blending on the skin is really well done.
I agree.
Thank you very much. Yes, I still haven't chosen an icon quite yet, logo, hence why his shield is just tan.
Yeah.
But I digress.
I was going to say that is probably the most glaring spot.
It is 100%. I 100% agree with that. I thought about just making something up, and I'm like, not yet.
That's fair.
Not now.
That's fair. No, that takes time. It takes effort. You know.
It does, but yeah, he's very fun. His head was kit bashed from a completely different kit because I wanted something a little bit more with a little bit more presence, a little bit more anger.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see that anger.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's I like my skin readable and furious.
That's fair.
And then messed around with the banners and tried to get a nice texture on the rocks there. But I will leave you to your guys' own thoughts.
Well, thank you so much for giving us a tour.
No problem. Let me just give you a little kiss and
Oh, my cheek. I'll never wash this
Has
cheek
the
again.
Rat Man been at peace?
He's at peace now.
He's at peace. All right.
But you have to do it quicker. I'm timing you next.
Wow, jeez.
I already timed myself. Thank you very much.
I'm losing my mic. Hey, get out of here. All right.
Bye.
If you are watching this and really want to come say hi, come down to the forge and say hi. We're about to have the 1 hour painting competition, the 1 hour painting competition. What? Now, ish.
Well, we're supposed to be having it now.
It'll probably be about 4.
Yeah, it might have been pushed back now that Bert had to run
Had to
home.
run home, yeah, probably. Anyway, oh well.
Anyway, we will talk more about James's model here.
Yeah, I would say my main critiques of the model itself are just it is more of that base coat. It's a much more crisp base coat style, but there's not a lot more to it than that. Not to mention like the cloak. The cloak is a big highlight of this model. It's a big focal point, and it is. Yeah, it needs more highlighting. It definitely has wash to it, but it needs highlighting. The shield is a glaring thing, but I understand his reason why he hasn't added a symbol there, just because he's choosing a symbol. But yeah, I would say some additional blending on that would be really nice.
For sure. I think even some minor additional highlights might not be too bad in certain places.
Oh, for sure.
Especially like the edging of the cloak on the shoulders to bring more focus back down to his kit bashed face.
Yep.
And even like the highlights of the top of the mane of the horse would be nice.
Yeah, I think the highlights on the hair would be beneficial.
Hair is going to be a little bit more shiny, so it's going to reflect a little bit more. So it should have that highlight.
Absolutely.
I really like the leather bags, the leather satchels on the side of the horse.
Yeah, those are really well done. They're a nice tone and they're highlighted. They're picked out very nicely. So the highlights on them are decent. I think it could get some more weathering for sure, but that kind of worn-in saddle look would be really beneficial.
For sure. Or even more weathering on like the holster for the weapon over here too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
But overall, yeah, I think his critiques on himself are really beneficial. Hearing, honestly, I wish that we could bring in painters that painted things at a competition and really have them sit down and say, hey, explain what your process was and how you did this or that, or what was your approach, or how did you do that.
Right.
So yeah, it'd be very cool.
very nice.
Axel, you did not miss any super bright, cutely models other than maybe the giant mega shark. Probably.
Mega shark.
Mega shark. So.
All right, we will do our owl bear.
Ooh, the owlbear. A Jim Spur special.
Jim Spur special. So we have Deep Woods owlbear.
Ooh, okay.
Definitely a lighter owlbear than he's done in the past.
Yeah, you know what, though? It feels very druidic, though.
Deep Woods owlbear.
In the back!
Rah!
There it is.
No, you're okay. Hey, owlbear.
There we go, owlbear.
Thank you, Chris.
Does an owlbear murder in the woods? That's the big question.
That is a good question.
How much wood does a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I would say that this is probably one of Jim's better painted models. Like the quality of it is really top notch. At least from where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, I'll bring it in here a little bit.
It feels like a druid.
Yeah, I could see it.
Like it feels like a wild-shaped druid.
That D&D movie.
Yeah, that D&D movie vibe.
Brought in the old owlbear. But no, I like the colors of it. The red face is kind of nice to have.
Yeah.
Have a different blocking than the browns and the greens.
Yep.
I think the tree's good.
I think the tree's good. I think that the only thing that I would want more of with the tree specifically is I'd want to have leaves on it. And Jim knows how to do leaves, so I think that leaves on it would be very nice, like more bush-like. Right now it feels very dead, so maybe a couple leaves or even dead leaves could be beneficial too.
Or even adding dead leaves to the bottom of the foliage over here.
Yeah, for
would
sure.
be kind of nice.
Yep. How are the eyes, though? That's the big question. Jim really stepped his game up on eyes.
I think he did pretty good on it.
Wow, those are good.
Pretty darn good.
Jeez.
Look at him. They're just. It looks like he's happy to see you.
Aww, it's so happy to murder
Look,
me.
it's an owlbear, and it's happy to see you.
I'm not happy to see it. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, I mean, the small critiques that I would have to it are adding more like lived-in basing, and then maybe some additional highlights on it because it is rather dry brush heavy.
Right.
But overall, it's a really well done piece.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd say keep doing what you're doing, Jim. Definitely step it up further. But you're a man. The jump that you made between
February and
now is man.
Big stuff.
Ooh-wee.
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 Good.
So thank you again, Jim, for everything you do for us.
Yes, thank you, Jim. All right. Why don't we do Calvin with the Emperor's Champion? Got our Emperor's Champion model here.
Here's your good use of pink there, Axel. Honestly, such a unique vibe. Very with the tail, I want to say My Little Pony.
Yeah.
But it's super colorful. Yeah, it's definitely Rainbow Dash in the armor. I did not notice the rainbow lightning on the black blade before, but it is super cool.
Yeah, isn't that awesome? It's so cool.
Oh, someone pointed out that Axel pointed out that it has a horn, so it's not Rapidash.
It's
just a unicorn.
It's just a unicorn.
I don't even want to look at it anymore. I don't want to. drill out your gun barrel.
Even if it's pink, it needs to be having a drilled out gun barrel.
Rabbit Ash. I'm sorry, I said the Pokemon and not the My Little Pony. I apologize for my nerddom screw up.
It'd be really cool if you could show some weathering on your holster for your gun there.
So I'm trying to take this seriously.
I'm trying, okay? It's a very cool model, very well done. The white is hard to work with.
Yes, I would agree. The white is very clean. Adding in some extra little details here and there on the white armor would be really beneficial. Doing like even sponging it gray or a light blue gray would help kind of give some additional texture to the armor, some scratches and things. So the unicorn came straight out of the factory. He's fresh to the front lines. Yeah, I really like the kit bash with the Seraphim backpack. So there's a lot to love with this model for it being such a unique feel to me, especially with that the rainbow lightning on the black blade is cool. I really like that.
That's so good. Could do a little bit of darkening just underneath the wings on the leg and up on the chest to kind of help with the wings of the Aquila. It's not an Aquila, but it's
yeah. Just have some definition of the gold would be beneficial.
But yeah, it doesn't need much.
No,
this whole model doesn't need much. It's extravagant and in a good way.
Painting the purity seal.
Yep. Yep.
And
there you go.
Yeah, the purity seal needs the work. So for the Emperor.
Yep. It's the Emperor's champion.
Emperor's champion. Yeah.
Why wouldn't he have a nice purity seal?
That's true. The Emperor protects.
It's a very, very well done model, Calvin. Thank you.
Oh, Axel. For the Emperor, Emperor. Ooh. Lord in heaven. All right. Who do we got next?
Why don't we do this one?
All right, Brandon. Brandon, you're getting picked on. Pay attention.
All right.
Brandon kept this secret from us, and I'm mad still. I wanted to see this a lot sooner.
So this bust actually is one that me and Alex are going to be painting for quarter 3, where you guys get to decide who has painted the better bust.
Yep. It is a group effort, so it is up to you.
Way off.
Ooh. No, you can't. You have to come here and see it in person. That's how it goes. This is a 3D print, and Brandon did an excellent job of capturing lighting for sure. Axel, don't tempt me with a good time.
So we did get to talk to Brandon about his painting. He was aiming for more of a kind of under fire lit tone throughout the model, and I think he did pretty darn good.
I would say so, yeah. I think that there's a little lacking on the jacket, and especially on the back. I would matte that. So right now it feels very glossy, and it feels very reflective when it probably shouldn't. It should be in shadow. So you'll probably want to matte varnish that down to being like dead, or even do like a purple as the back, so you get that effect. But I think that the blending between like the jackets for the light, especially with the lighting side, is very well done.
I think his flag work on the plinth is really well done.
Yeah, the plinth itself is its own beast. It's such a pretty example.
He posted pictures of after he did the marbling effect, and I was jealous.
I just wanted more, and all he did was he teased until I got here, and I hate him for it because I wanted to see it more in channel. Yeah, I think this is a really overall the piece is really well done. I think that he executed on lighting really well. There is some additional lighting that I wish he would have done down near the base where the jacket isn't highlighted. There's some strange areas where highlighting just feels like it drops off. Like there should be highlighting over here. a bit from the light. So the directional light, while it hits right, on the right hand side of the model, it should have some splash over on the left, just not as strong.
Right.
But should be subtle.
I don't know how many times Brandon has worked on OSL, but it's it's very well done.
Yeah, it is. It's very well done. I think it's a. We really are wanting to expand and have a bust category because I really think that it has a lot of applications to be diorama-ish as well as letting you experience more emotion than you get with some of the other types of models. So, in a broader, like a larger scale.
Yeah.
So.
And I just think it's a good way to test your metal.
Yeah, it is, because it's a whole different beast. You have to stop doing like, I'm going to do detail, and now it's, I'm going to do texture.
Yeah.
And lighting, and all sorts of things. You know what? The eyebrows, he did really well with the eyes, but I think the eyebrows need a little more definition. That'd be my thing. A little more.
I could see that. Trying to think. You could do some more dirtyish faces too. Like be like she just found her in rubble or in some distress and picked her up. And
some weathering powders would go a long way here.
Yeah,
for sure.
We aren't just like sitting down and taking notes for our posts.
Yes, exactly. What not to do. Ooh wee.
Yeah.
No, Brandon, this is excellent. It's been an honest pleasure to
see you work on this.
Yeah, and having a little bit of progress in Discord that you should have posted more in. But yeah. This was fantastic.
Awesome job, Brandon.
Love it, Brandon. An excellent example for Kelsey and I to try and follow up on. What you should do is bring it for quarter 3, and maybe you can jump in with the same model and we can see how it goes. Get the throwdown. I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it too.
I'm okay with that.
All right, our next model that we have here is from Kimberly, the Emperor's right hand.
As opposed to the Emperor's champion.
Yep, or his left hand. You don't want to talk about his left hand.
I don't really want to talk about his left hand right now. I'm a little concerned. All right, Brandon says he's in.
All right,
it's gonna be good.
Good to hear, Brandon.
You wanted it. This is all you, bud. You wanted this.
I keep feeling like I'm off kilter here.
They're getting the big picture. They're getting the good picture. It's fine.
But anyway, the Emperor's right hand. Using some of those different flowers from Gamer's Grass.
Yep. I love the tufts. The entire model feels like it's in a cold winter place. This feels like it's in the middle of a wheat field. I love it.
Just flip the, what is it? Gladiator, but it's in the middle of dead of winter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. The snow effect on the top of the
that adds
standard
to it so much.
Adds so much.
And on the pauldrons too.
Yeah, it really does make the model feel like it's in its environment. No matter what the paint job is, that always sets a model apart to me, is if you can place it in the environment that it's standing in. So I really do.
Well, even adding the snow down here to like where it would like go into the snow.
Yep.
It's very nice.
Absolutely. The model does feel a little shiny. Mm-hmm. It feels a little overly shiny in places that I don't expect it to be. But overall, I
can see the two different colors of gold, though. I think the light direction is kind of coming from this way.
Okay.
So you have like the darker side on this side.
Directional lighting is really good on it. The problem with custodes is always that they're the golden boys, and there's just not a lot other than gold. So trying to capture that lighting is so incredibly difficult. But yeah, I see what you mean by this. Like this pauldron here is just a bit darker, and I really like that.
Yeah, I don't hate it at all. You're laughing about it, but I'm being completely serious.
I hate it.
But I do think that you could do well with a little bit more edge highlighting. Again, it's hard to do when you're the Golden Boys.
Yeah.
Or even doing 2 different directional lighting. So you have like your natural light coming this way, but then you could have a cooler light coming from the other way.
Snow.
It doesn't need much. It just needs just edge highlighting on the darker parts to reflect that color.
Oh, okay. Kimberly wanted to point out, not sure if it helps, but I went with the lore that they were blackened and darkened in the presence of the Emperor's psychic power.
I love it.
That's good. That's good. You do need to stop, make your cloak less shiny, though. Come on now. But overall, I love that as a theory. I wish there was backstory for me too. I had a Grey Knight army that was like heaven and hell themed, where I had like corruption spreading through, and the idea of being able to have like an effect on our armor at that scale is really difficult to capture and like have it show through. And I love that. I think that when you have a story going to your models, you have much more control over how you apply and what you apply to that model. So I get it entirely, and I love that aspect. What?
Gun barrel.
Yep, got a gun barrel. Yep, gotta drill them gun barrels. That's how it goes. Also, Axel would like to point out that it's made of pleather. I'm sorry for my confusion. That is my fault.
Good to know that the Emperor's Champion has pleather.
Can't even get real leather these days. That's rough.
But the Emperor's right hand.
The Emperor's right hand can't. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But he's holding some gold there.
Kimberly, I will say, shiny cloaks or not, you can glistening for the Emperor. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Is this getting the Twilight effect? We're getting some vampire love here. Anyway,
Hoo-wee. But yeah, I think
I'm done.
Okay. Open kegger, we're just done.
I was trying to be like, you can do what you want. That's fine. Like, there's not a problem because it's consistent. There's a difference between it's consistent versus not.
Right. And it's your model.
It is your model. Do whatever the hell you want with it, and it looks awesome.
Yeah.
Glithin for the Emperor.
Moving on.
Anyway.
Very cool model, Kimberly. Thank you for your input on there. Why don't we bring in Jace?
All right.
We bring in fully loaded.
Oh, you know what? Now that I pick up this model, you can really see the Kimberly. I would say push the one last thing. I would push the darkened side more. I would push it much more into like the pauldron because I see it on the back. I would say make it bigger. The Emperor's a big guy.
Big guy.
He's a big guy. He's a big guy. Hanging up there. He's a big guy.
All right. So
anyway,
we have Jace. Jace is fully loaded with the Nuka-Cola girl.
First and foremost, I'm a sucker for a good little diorama.
This is a clay pigeon. I just looked underneath it.
Oh, that's awesome! That's great. That's fantastic. Pitch it.
No. I am not being responsible for that.
That's awesome. This is amazing.
I love this little diorama.
Yes. It is.
Go ahead.
It's very Fallout.
Much Fallout, many WoW. I almost wonder if it would benefit to having the fluorescent paint colors for the Nuka-Cola.
Oh, for the Nuka-Cola to glow?
Yeah.
Like Quantum Cola and such.
Especially since you have the Quantum there.
Yeah.
But I love it.
I think that the diorama aspect of it itself is really well done. I would say for the background, make sure that you, I would sponge rather than wash your brown on and then build up. Because texture is really well done built. So sponge on, paint over, sponge on, paint over, and just keep going back and forth so you can get that effect of there's years on this wall. There was a whole nuclear holocaust that happened along the way. Build up that effect overall. But like the machines look really well done weathered.
There's even like scraped in wood on there. I think that's really cool.
Yep.
You could add in debris like torn papers and stuff like that as well, or leaves. Bottles around the Nuka-Cola machine on the ground. The Nuka-Cola girl herself is really, really well done. The white's really nice.
Yeah, it's very crisp. I would say some additional highlighting around some of the curves and sides of her would be beneficial, especially with like the edge highlighting for where her like the midriff and her jacket starts would be really nice to have some separation. I like that she is the cleanest part of the whole model though. It adds a nice contrast.
Yes, I agree.
That's a really cool like diorama set. The grass is well placed. Like it does feel it. We got a lot of comments on this one saying it feels like it's just straight out of Fallout like 4.
Totally.
Straight out of it, you know, without question. So I think that it's a very well done model for that alone.
Yeah.
So
very cool.
yeah.
Thank you, Jace.
Thank you, Jace. That was an impressive piece.
Yeah, again, I was just more. I had picked it up before, and I was like, this is kind of heavy. And then I just looked underneath the underside of it, and I was like, oh, this is a clay pigeon.
There's a lot of little details, and you did a really good job with the eyes too.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's a whole 3D print.
I know, isn't it awesome?
Sick. Very cool.
All right, we have our very own Mark with the Knight.
We had to shift this around because it was originally it was
in fantasy.
But there were multiple. Yeah, Night Marauder. There were multiple categories that had been entered in from Mark, so we had to move it down to open. That's a very cool model. I remember him posting some of the stuff inside of Discord, and he did a really good job.
I know that he also, every time I would come into the store, he would be showing me his work in progress on this, and it was so good.
Tried out some OSL on the grass. The blade being on fire is really impressive. The hair is really cool from being like a dirty blonde style. Seeing this stuff, Mark has really stepped up his game overall for the quality of his work and really putting some good passion into it. And it shows. It really does show overall. So I'm really happy to see that progress being made and that he's doing a great job.
I agree.
More than anything.
I agree. Would you like a closer look?
Oh yeah, I would love a closer look. Any comments, thoughts?
I think maybe a little bit of highlighting on the top of the horse's armor would help a little bit, but for where he's at right now, I think it looks great. The freehanding on the shield is awesome.
Yeah, like Bob Ross style, mountains in the background, grass field in the foreground. You can really tell. The glow effect along the armor. There's a little bit of glow on the horse. I do think the horse glow effect on the neck is a little bit misplaced. It should be a little further back, but that's just me. Or further up the neck and then down. But overall, I think that's a really well, other than that, meh. But yeah, I think you're right. The highlighting on the horse armor as well as the horse in general could use some additional dry brushing, highlighting, any of that to really make it stand out. I think for the rider, she's really well placed, but
yeah, I agree.
She was nicely highlighted, but yeah, excellent work, Mark. Just
awesome job.
You know what, Blues? Just want to let you know we're all amateurs. We are all amateurs at one point or another. We all started and did not do well. And made I think a lot of us still hold on to our first models. We need to do that.
We should do it. We should do it for the third quarter. We should bring that in because we were going to do that.
Or at Renegade.
At Renegade. Well, we tried doing it. We were going to do interviews at Renegade, and we never did because of the internet.
Yeah.
So we should do it for quarter 3.
Yeah. So what we want to do is bring in everyone's first model or as close to your first model as possible, and have a discussion about it, because I think that it's worthwhile to see where you've come from. Because a lot of these like high-end painters, watching Heraldez and Jose and all these
Miniac,
Squidmar, Duncan Rhodes, like all these people that are super high-end painters, win awards across the world. Roman Lapat, these people that do amazing works of art that are gorgeous. They come from very humble beginnings, and they post their first models, and honestly, they're most proud of those models because you did it with nothing. You did it with minimal knowledge, having a blast, throwing paint onto a model, and being proud of what you've accomplished. And honestly, that is worth more than an amazing paint job. If you can make it down to the forge, I will buy you I will personally buy you like a starting kit of paint myself. So, anyway.
All right. Let's bring in Mr. Minkus.
Ooh, Minkus. Hold me to that, Blues. You come in and bring something. Come in and I'll buy a starter kit. Starting kit.
So we got the Ghosts of Ekrund?
Ekrund, the Grimnir and Core. Old Cassie boy himself.
I've been wanting to work on this model at home, but I have too many projects going on right now, so I have it off to the side.
Minkus, your use of orange, man. Orange and white. It's very truly your barrels, but your orange and white is very reminiscent of a little bit of rock and stone. Just a little bit of Deep Rock Galactic, working for the company.
A different company.
A different company.
Not the Lethal Company.
No, not the Lethal Company.
Gun barrels.
Gun barrels. Yeah, I'd say your polish on your like gold is fantastic. I'd want more from your rocks that are floating. I do get that they're ethereal, but having a bit more to them would be beneficial for, and having a separate color than the orange for your magic effect is definitely would definitely benefit. I think from giving you some contrast as well. So maybe a green or a blue, but the magic aspect of it is very well done. Like your like the palm of his hand having that casting ability. I don't know. The rocks that he's floating on feel a little out of place, if that makes sense. But overall, it's a well placed, well built, well painted model. So.
Well, I think what he's trying to go for, if I'm making, he has the rocks,
go for it.
But he's casting and the orange is magic.
Yeah, and I get that. It's just the orange between the armor and the glow effect on the cloak and the rest of the weapons and things of that nature are that if it was different, then it'd be okay in my eyes, because then it like relates them. But because it's the same color throughout, it diminishes in my eyes of being able to represent magic.
Would you feel more comfortable if he would have did a white underbrush and then highlighted it with a fluorescent orange?
That might be, yeah, because then it's like popping up more, and you get a lot more of that bright punch.
To show that he's using his magic to help bring those rocks up.
Yeah, I think that would be a much better use. And then maybe at the tops of them, you have the same gray, so that it has that showing of elevation.
Okay.
That's a good point. I like that.
I have some good ideas sometimes.
You got a lot of good ideas. That was excellent. I think that's probably the best one for sure. I was like, yeah, just change everything about the model. It's fine.
And I'm like, no, you don't need to do anything about that. You got to fix it a little bit.
No, I think that's a good idea. So just have something where you're thinking about the effect of things. But
I do feel that the little guys here need a little bit more. the dark gray, grayish brown. I feel like it needs to be a little bit brighter to kind of coincide with how much effort you put into your Grimnir.
For sure, yeah.
But overall, like it's a good unit.
Yeah, it is. Like I don't, other than drilling out your gun barrels.
Yeah.
I think you've got a good unit going on there, for sure.
Good unit.
Good unit.
Even like the little crow on the top of his little thing even has red eyes.
Crow.
Crow.
Look at this crow.
Well done, Dan.
Yeah, well done. Megas, you've only ever improved. I love it. Number next.
We will bring Mark Rupp again.
All right.
We got the Umkatar Prince.
Okay. Oh, this must be from Hate as well. It looks like a similar style.
Kind of looks that way.
Yeah. We're actually having some good discussions about this one earlier.
I like the flowers that he added to the base.
Yeah, this one, I really like the flowers. If it had the same thing on the Abomination, I think it would have solved a lot of the similar thoughts that I had about the basing. The armor's really cool. The cloak's awesome. I like the non-metallic weapon. The face is gorgeous in its own way, in a way that a mother could love.
For sure. Well, and the blackening of the horns on his backpack.
Yep. The leathers are really cool. You crush the skin tone. It's excellent. There's like a wash pool there that feels a little off on the back of his leg.
I could see why you feel like it's off, but at the same time, I feel like he's been trudging through mud and he might have just had a backsplash up on his leg.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It just feels out of place, being that I would expect it somewhere else. Or if you're going to do that, like use a mud.
Right.
Use a splash mud of some sort. I get that might not be what you have, but yeah, I get it. I like the blackened horns a lot. Like, this model makes me want to paint one of these.
Right.
Because it's really cool. Yeah, the non-metallic metals on the gauntlets are all really well done too. I think this is a better example of what the Abomination could shift toward with some of the critiques that we had with it. Though I think a water effect would go a long way with this, rather than just being like a gloss.
I feel like, well, I'm not. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like you could add a little bit more of a really light red glaze on some of the vein areas.
Yep.
To kind of pop those out a little bit more.
I could go for that.
And he might
too.
have done that. He or they might have done that.
Well, and there's some spots where that seems to be the case as well, where that there's a little more of a ruddy red tone where there was a wash, and that might be what this is that's like an ink glaze that's gone in, because it definitely feels like a live skin.
Right.
So.
And it's not far off, even if it's if they did do it, and it just. It doesn't look like it's quite fully there.
Yeah, absolutely.
There is some subtlety to it.
Actually, a question for Mark, being that you might be listening in on this now or later, if you can comment on the video eventually. Knowing where you learned how to do your skin tones, I think would be really beneficial for us as a whole, because I really like your skin tone. I really enjoy how it's not as bright and ruddy as like the typical skin tones that I paint myself, and I'd love to get a handle on how you found colors for this one, as well as how you applied them. So if you have any tips or tricks or a tutorial or something like that, I would love to get a hold of that. Feel free to post it in the Dwarven X Discord as well. So
For sure.
Yeah.
We could definitely discuss more on there in the Discord.
Yeah, actually, if any of you are not in the Dwarven X Discord, I will send a link in Twitch chat For those that are listening afterwards, I apologize. I'm sure that there's a different way that we can get you in, but let me get an invite out as Kelsey pull. Or
Yeah,
do you have anything else that you want to?
No, I think we hit the nail on the head with Mark's Cater Prince. I think our next
Oh, he
one.
did respond. Awesome.
Oh, sick.
Let's see. I got to see what this says. Self-taught.
Wow.
No, you know what? If anything, I would love to get insight from you personally how you did any of this, because that's really awesome. And I believe if you're not in either, that would be awesome if you could share the recipes either in the Forge Discord or the Dwarven Axe Discord. I'm going to get a link to that here in a second. So thank you so much, because that's awesome.
So our next model here will be the Rat Bus.
Ooh, this thing's awesome.
This is really, really cool.
I'm trying to figure out how to share things. Feel dumb. Alright, I'm posting a link in chat for you guys. If you want to join in, and if you're not part of the Dwarven Axe Discord, we'd love to have you. We pair up nicely against with the Forge for all things. We're sponsored by the Forge, and but we love to be independent, and it's just for painting, purely for painting and painters and critiques and thoughts and work in progress and all that kind of stuff. So if you could join in, we'd love to have you. So
For sure.
this bust is awesome, and like the picture floating by is really good, and it shows off its best qualities, I would say. But man, in person, it is a different beast entirely.
I agree. Like you get texture, you get color variation, you get depth. It's all there.
Yeah, you really do, in so many ways. So I'm really impressed by it overall. I love the base as well. I think that it helps frame the model overall. Although I wish that there's a yellow on his back. There's a yellow thing, and I wish this was a little more well defined as a potion or a pot, like or a liquid inside. Same with like these little things here. But like the leather is amazing. That's really well done.
So I actually brought a bust in as well. It also had potion bottles on it, and I was just I brought it in mostly just to kind of get some comparisons of their glass versus how I did my glass. And it's painting glass, especially with something that has a liquid inside it, is not the easiest thing.
No, it's not.
I ended up having, in order to paint mine, I had looked up like 3 or 4 different tutorials, and you have to like almost make it look like it's a fizzy drink, even though it's not a fizzy drink. Adding bubble textures with bright fluorescent colors and making it look like it's brighter than it actually is, and
and then
getting glass colors is getting the reflectiveness of the glass is also a challenge.
That's a whole different beast, I'm sure. I really I love the textures on this thing, but go ahead with the.
Well, no, I think they did pretty darn good for the glass. I don't know how many times they've done it, but I think there could be a little bit more with the a lighter color. Usually, you have a sharp reflective color to show that this is glass. It's not. You want the color of like a corner like this with the same color as the liquid inside, but you also want that white.
Oh yeah.
You want that pure white.
Yeah, you want it to pop out like that. Yeah, makes sense.
And that might be more of what you want for your yellow glass there, is to add that white.
Got it. That would make sense. Or something iridescent glowing inside.
Correct.
Yeah, like overall the textures, the fur, the clothing, like it all feels so good, and it's well balanced. the color palette's well picked out. There's nice highlighting between the pinks and purples to the teals, so you get like this nice balance of contrast alongside the very warm leathers. It's just a well done piece.
The dagger is really cool. Like you have a dried blood on the edge.
Yeah. So many. The more I look at it, the more I'm really impressed by it. Though these like hanging metal things don't really feel painted, at least at first glance.
I feel like they could use a little bit of a highlight and maybe some weathering on the bottom parts or on the undersides of the spikes.
Yeah, give them some definition.
Yeah. It's a really cool bust.
Yeah, it is. It's a super cool bust. I love it. Love it. Excellent.
Well done, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. I'll move some of these over.
Yeah, feel free. Our next two that we have here are a little bit larger in size.
Oh boy.
We will pull Mr. Rob Seeley here. Try to fit it in frame here. So this is a really, really awesome 3D print.
It is. It's well done. It's well executed.
One of his best works yet.
Easily, yeah. I think that Rob has really stepped up in his detail game for just lighting in general. He's really captured lighting well. There's a few points on this piece that I'm not as jazzed about. Like this shield feels really washed out on it, but it's not a main focal point.
No.
You know, but it's got the same lighting as like this guy over here, except for the helmet. The helmet's really bright.
Right.
So there's some, you can tell that the focus is up here with the lighting because it feels like there's a beam of light hitting right here and that's it.
I'm getting
if you're watching, there was a lot of fist shaking and cursing at your name in the distance from various people as they walked in and looked and went, "Wow, that is so cool! Curse you, Seeley!" So, yes, I could hear Zoe all the way from Icebreaker as well, cursing your name. So. But yeah, this is super cool. The detail works really good. I would say just the biggest focus that I would say is while lighting might be less so in some other areas, the focus of light needs to still be there, or at least you need to take the color tones and shift them down so you still have highlights and shadows, just with less color. I think of it like an octave down in color. Oh hey, it's Seeley. Hey Seeley, we give you hate because we love you.
Hi Seeley.
We curse your name because we love you. That's how it goes. But yeah, like I think that the woman sitting there is a prime example of just well-defined lighting.
Yeah.
And then on the back here, like these blades look really good. I really like these blades on the back. And then like the
true metallic on this piece is very well done.
Yeah. Now hold on, wait a second, because every single time that I'm like, oh, this non-metallic's really good, Seeley's like, oh no, it's true metallic, and then when you're gonna be like, oh, it's true metallic, this true metallic looks really good, and you're like, this is non-metallic here.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe this is true metallic. Correct?
It does look like true metallics. It does.
Prove me wrong, Seeley.
Yeah, I think your highlighting is really solid. Her skin tone is excellent.
I'm amazed by the dragon armor that she's wearing.
Yeah, the filigree is really good. Hey, do you know who made this, or who the
3D print sculpts?
The sculpt?
The sculptor.
The
Sculptor. For some reason, like I get Skyrim vibes looking at this.
Yeah, I do too. the softness of the cloak. Like overall, it's an excellent piece.
I feel like this could be a little bit brighter.
Yes, especially as opposed to this, because there's not that much difference of lighting. And honestly, Celie, here's something, being that you're in channel, a little bit of bright, like definition of here's the light. Here is the definition of the light going around here, and then here's where it drops off. Like have a definition line going around, so that you at least have a defining point, a terminus. That's the word. Neil Erickson is the sculptor. All of his work is absolutely amazing. Yeah, if this is any indication of what his work looks like, my wallet fears for how many STLs I'm about to buy. So,
yeah, this is amazing.
You know what? A little bit of water effects in the wine cup would really make it stand apart too.
I just realized that she doesn't have like natural hands either.
She doesn't have natural hands?
Yeah, they're like dragon hands.
Interesting. Okay.
Even the one that she's holding her head up on.
Oh, okay. She's the dragon queen after all.
Dragon queens.
I'm done. I can't. This is a family channel.
Sure. Especially with this next model that we'll be showing off here in a second.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
But yeah, so okay. Some as well with the skulls. Looks like something out of Castlevania. I want it. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Caveman. Like this is awesome. It does. It has a really weird like. This could be Skyrim or Castlevania or any Oblivion.
Huge fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome job, Rob.
Yeah, this is great, Rob.
Could probably, if you wanted to do different colors on like the Warhammer over here, that'd be kind of neat, but
rust them out a little bit.
Yeah, you don't need much more.
No.
All right.
Excellent. Love it.
Good job, Mr. Seeley. All right, so.
So Chris is sitting in the next room, and he's the one that's running the show back here, so we get to judge his model.
So we have the last but not least, Ishka, the windswept warrior here. So Chris is again showing off his talent of doing amazing blends on skin tones.
It's fish.
So, yeah, it's so well done.
Yeah, just the overall execution. I know that Chris posted this in channel a lot, and
Trying to find the right angle here.
and I'll be honest, Seeley, I know Chris mentioned it a couple times. Like you really helped set a tone for how to do non-metallic metals. You and Kelsey, if I remember correctly, both of you were involved in that, and it was really awesome. As an aside here, it was really awesome to see everyone jumping in to try and help with a work in progress, and just offer critiques and help. And how do you do this? How do you apply this? What does this look like? What do you think about this technique? Okay, here I made the modifications. What's this look like? And getting real-time feedback, and it was really awesome to see everyone in the community stepping up for a work in progress. And that was, I was less than zero help, but man, I greatly appreciated the back and forth and the ability to glean some information out of that. So that was really cool.
It's a family channel.
See the show, yeah. She got very little clothing. I'm sorry. But like overall, the non-metallics are really well done. The skin tone is excellent. The eyes are awesome.
For scale, for people who want to see something to scale, this is the Emperor's Champion that's next to Fish's model.
That's a 32 millimeter model, and then versus a 1/14th scale. I have a 1/10th by this company. This is from Ritual Casting, and like their 1/10 scales are huge. I believe that is how everyone dressed in the 70s. Yes. So, but yeah, like I think my biggest critique with this is actually the white, the cloth, the loincloth, the wrap on the foot or on the leg. I think that's my biggest critique with it, is that the white it needs to be more consistent, and while it is white, and you did a great job with getting, hey, it's not pure white. I think some additional work needs to be done, especially with the rips and tears in it. Maybe even dirtying it up a little bit. So I think that's. What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Take it easy.
See you, Connor.
Later, man. So.
He could very well, if he wanted to, go back and even add in texture, doing cross hatching and just showing that texture in the cloth. I know one of the suggestions that I made last minute to him, which he did not do, probably for the best for judging right now, is to add taller grass to show the actual scale of the rocks and stuff and the undergrowth and overgrowth of where this model is standing at. Which he might still do. I think so. But I know that he went back and forth on the non-metallic metal on the sword for ages. And we just did the best that we could with what information both Rob and I had with working with non-metallic metal. And I am by no means a master of it. I still have a lot of learning to do. And I still watch a lot of videos, and I feel like Chris really nailed it pretty darn well.
Same. I think a touch of brown on the non-metallic would actually help give it the earth versus sky. Right now, I think it's really good. Like I don't have any opposition to this, but a touch more brown would probably help. And it might just be where my angle is.
Well, I know like there's a little bit right there. He does have a little bit, but even a reflection of like the leather on the sword would be a good addition as well.
The stone having a bit more brown and green on it would be beneficial, especially at this scale. At smaller scales, you can get away with it, but at this larger scale, you need to add your reds, your tans, your greens, your slight blues that nature typically has for stone, depending on where you are. So,
I think one minor gripe that I did not, which it wasn't really huge, just some of the textures of the feathers on her body and her head are not as good as like her arm right over here. Just be really buckling down, getting that consistency is good.
I think one thing for the skin tone, especially on the backside, it's very samey. Being able to have some, I would say, additional, what you could do is you could push additional like purples into it, very, very thin purple glazes to give it some differentiation and push it deeper in color, where the shadows are more than anything. But beyond that, like this, to me, the skin tone is really well done. It's nice. It's nicely executed.
It's been fun to watch Chris work on this and work in progresses and all that jazz. And I was really excited to be able to see it when he brought it down to actually see it in person. You did a great job, Chris.
Yeah, you did a great job. This is awesome. But I really do think that overall for me, the community has been impressive to see how people have grown with it, and I want this goes for that they're Seeley, that they're Brandon, that they're people that are hanging out, that Zoe hanging out in the Dwarven X channel. Post your work in progress, because I think that it's a great place to get an idea of, hey, I'm stuck, or here's where I'm moving, and then people can give you honest critiques while you're working on it, and you don't have to feel like you're you don't have to feel like you're going at it alone. You got a group of people that are really wanting to help you out. So
well, and like I mentioned, everybody's at different stages in their journey, and though you might not think that you're very good at something, but you might have a lot of helpful tips that someone else hasn't learned yet. and other people might need to hear.
Yeah, exactly. It might not be just you that has that question. Even us pro painters have a lot of questions where we go, how? I forgot how to dry brush. How do you dry brush again? And you can get some good insights into how to do some very basic things, and those are techniques that never go away, that are always beneficial to people to work through and work with. So
For sure.
well, that wraps us up for quarter 2 of 2024. Good Lord, it's been...
Do we want to show my work in progress of my bus?
Yeah, let's do it.
I will go fetch that real quick.
Let's do it, yeah.
If I don't knock into anything.
Don't do that, that's bad.
So, if you want to introduce that.
So, which bus?
The one that we're both going to be working on.
So, with the...
I actually left it over there. But I'll bring this one too.
So for the for quarter 3, we're planning on doing a judges competition between the judges, where we all have the same model, and then we have a public vote on which one is the most chosen. And it's a public opinion. It's for fun. We're trying to have a good time with it and just try some things out and have a good time with it. So you all voted. We put it to the community vote for which model, which bust was going to be painted by us. And the one that Brandon had placed out was the one that took the victory. So that's why we're asking Brandon to bring his back for next quarter, and he's throwing down with the judges, which is always a fun time. But we're excited to really try it out, I think, and you've done some good work, some good progress on this.
I liked so Brandon had worked on his model in advance to when I started. I was mostly working on my flag around the plinth. But I really liked his marbling effect, but I didn't want to copy, so I ended up going more with a concrete kind of vibe. I apologize that the weapon is not staying put, but that's just how it is.
That's just the way of things.
I'm sub-assembling, so my goal for this piece is to give more of a darker, not quite a grim dark, but a realistic grim dark feel to the bus.
Blues points out it's work in progress. It's okay.
Yeah, everything's fine. But I'm not a very good grimdark painter. I am a very bright. I'm a very, in comparison. Here's another piece that I've done recently. It's very bright.
You're bright and painterly.
Yes,
that's what you do.
You
do it well.
Which I do enjoy. But I also want to be able to be flexible in doing grimdark. So I'm trying to work my way into doing more mute colors.
Yep.
So far, I feel like I'm doing okay.
I would say so.
But I have a long way to go.
Mine's not even painted, so you're a lot further along than mine is. It is printed. Bright is nice, though, is what Chris says.
Yeah.
Well, you know Chris.
Yeah, I know Chris. Chris, I know your opinions.
But yeah, like you got done painting the Dragonborn Warlock at Con of the North. So in February, and it's still super cool.
Yeah.
She got to show it off to the printer that printed it at Con of the North, and he was beyond impressed. I've never seen Peter so taken by a model. So it's cool. I'm excited to see more work in progress on the old Discord. If you all hadn't seen the link, please click on the link and check it out. And we'd be happy to have you there. Any other closing thoughts?
Well done to all the painters that submitted. Next one is in August, or not August?
Yes.
Yes, August. It is in August, because then the other one's November. So
I'm gonna say it is August 17th. I believe is the next one.
All right.
Second month in the quarter, third weekend. So
put it 17th, put it in your calendars.
Yep, 17th of August. So we hope to see you there. But until then, from all of us at the Dwarven Axe, we wish you all a happy day, happy weekend.
Keep an eye out for posts on the Discord for the winners of each category and the best overall.
Yep, we'll see you there. Just remember there's a cash prize, so please, if when it's done, come collect it. So, talk to you later. Take it easy.
Thanks all.
Thank you much.